A horn sounded beyond the tall gates of Winterfell, echoing through the courtyard as the sky drifted into an early twilight. The call was long and low, a tremor of sound that trembled through the stone. Within the thick walls of the ancient keep, the folk of the north hurried about, last-minute tasks performed with brisk, silent efficiency. The time had come at last. King Robert Baratheon was arriving in the north, and with him came the full retinue of the royal court. Lord Eddard Stark, Ned to those who knew him best, stood at the head of his household, upright in a swirl of cold wind that tugged at his cloak's furred edges. He was waiting, his breath turning to faint mist in the frigid air. His face set with a sense of duty deeper than the roots of the weirwood that stood sentinel in the godswood. To Ned's right stood his wife, Lady Catelyn Tully Stark, the color of her auburn hair muted in the dim light, though determination lit her clear eyes. Ned could sense her mind busy with details, which servants would greet the king, whether the feasting hall was ready, if the children were properly bundled against the cold. She always noticed everything. She was the bulwark that held this family together, the voice that called for caution and courtesy. To his left, arrayed in a line that marched down the steps, were his children, though the youngest two were fidgeting so much they nearly broke formation. Robb stood tall, his chest rising proudly at the prospect of greeting the king. Sansa's hands were clasped before her embroidered gown, eyes bright with excitement, while Arya shifted her weight from one foot to the other, wishing for the moment to end so she could escape these formalities. Bran watched with a child's curiosity, on the verge of his 8th name day, his vivid eyes taking in the gathering host as though memorizing each banner. Next to him, even younger, was Rickon, accompanied by the 2 older Stark boys direwolves, Grey Wind and Ghost, who lingered near the steps, eyeing every new smell. Jon Snow, dressed in somber black and gray, hesitated a step behind his siblings. His eyes were calm, but Ned could see the tension in his shoulders. The sound of steel-tipped hooves reached them first, stirring dull echoes in the old courtyard. Winterfell's gates swung wide, allowing the royal party entrance. A wave of riders emerged from the swirling gusts of cold air. Torches glimmered in the hands of outriders, reflecting in their polished breastplates. Banners, thick with moisture, hung heavily on their poles, bright with stag and lion, house sigils that traveled from the sunny southlands all the way to the gloom of the north. At the head rode King Robert himself, his enormous fur cloak straining over a broad body that had once been all muscle. The years of feasting and drinking had softened him, yet the memory of his battle-hardened figure lingered beneath. His black beard was shot through with threads of gray, and his eyes sparked with mirth at the sight of his old friend. Ned took a few steps forward, each footfall measured, and bent the knee. He heard Catelyn and the children do likewise behind him, their cloaks brushing the weathered stone. The king grumbled a laugh as he dismounted, his breath coming heavily after the exertion. "Ah, get up, Ned," Robert said, grasping Ned's shoulder with a hand calloused from old wars. "We've come all this way north, and it's damned cold out here. I need warmth, I need ale, and I need to look upon your face. Not just your hair." Ned rose, a ghost of a smile passing across his lips. "Your Grace," he said, "Winterfell is yours." Robert's gaze turned behind Ned, to the line of Starks, and a wide grin broke across the king's face. "Old friend, I remember you with only a handful of children underfoot," he said, a delighted glint in his eye. "And now I find you have practically a small army." Ned turned, extending an arm. "Your Grace," he said, his voice taking on that tone of paternal pride he often concealed. "May I present my sons and daughters? I believe you already know Robb and Sansa from last time you visited, but we have grown since." He noted the shy expression on Bran's face, the bold tilt of Arya's chin, and Rickon, so small, clutching his mother's skirts. Jon stood a half-step behind them all, trying to fade into the background. Robert cast an eye over each in turn, bellowing a greeting or a jest. "Gods, they're all northern giants. We should bring them to King's Landing, so they can remind these Southron knights what real men and women look like." He gave a great laugh, and the tension in the courtyard eased with it. Behind Robert, the Queen's litter was approaching, drawn by 4 horses, flanked by gold and crimson-wrapped Lannister guards. Ned's gaze shifted to the open window of the litter. Within its shadows, he saw the gleam of pale skin, golden hair, and eyes that watched Winterfell with a certain cool detachment. Queen Cersei's beauty was a known fact throughout the 7 kingdoms, and even through the swirl of a cold northern breeze, there was a perfumed aura about her presence. She barely inclined her head in greeting as her litter halted. Farther behind stood Prince Joffrey, tall for his age, dressed in regal finery that spoke to Lannister tastes. Myrcella and Tommen peeked out at Winterfell's gray stone with curiosity. Amidst the bustle, Ned's mind flickered with a quiet determination. Robert's arrival signaled many things. The last time they had seen each other had been under different skies, at a time when the North demanded his presence and Robert's call had been urgent. So many ties bound them. The memory of Lyanna Stark, the days of the rebellion, the forging of Robert's rule. Now the king had come to request Ned's service again. Ned could sense that much without needing words, and that request, whatever it might be, would change the course of their lives once more. He and Catelyn led the way inside the great hall for the welcoming feast, where the torches burned bright and the tables were laden with the best the North could offer. Freshly baked bread still steaming in the chill air, venison pies infused with herbs, roasted game birds, and fish from the white knife. Yet even these paled beside the spectacle that was King Robert at the high table, bellowing jokes and pounding the tabletop with a large fist whenever he took a liking to some remark. Across from him, the Queen presided with an elegant reserve. Her lips curved in a half-smile at each of Robert's jokes, but Ned suspected it was all for show. The North was too cold for her taste, and her eyes often wandered to the tapestries depicting old Stark victories, as if judging the dust and gloom. Sansa, gracious and demure, curtsied perfectly and spoke with the courtesy lessons that Septa Mordane had instilled in her. Arya, by contrast, slouched in her seat. Occasionally, she leaned to whisper something to Jon or Bran, setting them both to hide a grin. Robb was mostly silent, respectful in front of royalty, though his gaze lingered on the Lannister men-at-arms with thoughtful curiosity. Rickon, much too young to attend a long feast, grew drowsy, leaning against Catelyn's side. Ned exchanged a meaningful look with his lady, silently commending her for keeping their littlest one content. After some formalities and enough toasts to fill a small lake, Robert signaled for a measure of quiet. The hush that fell was punctuated by the crackling of hearth fires and the last drips of wine into goblets. The king stood, a hand braced on the table to steady himself. He was not yet drunk, but the color in his cheeks made it clear he was well on his way. "Ned," he said, voice thick with feeling, "I have traveled far, from King's Landing all the way north, to see my old friend. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The North belongs to the Starks as truly as the Iron Throne is mine. And I come with a proposition, nay, a command, for none can deny a king. Ned, I want you in King's Landing to serve as the hand of the king, for I can no longer stomach the bed of snakes that is my court without a man I can trust by my side." All eyes turned to Ned. He felt their weight like a yoke around his shoulders. This was the request he had dreaded. He saw the subtle shift of tension in Catelyn's posture, the flicker of curiosity in Sansa's eyes. Arya's lips parted. Robb's brow furrowed with concern. He understood enough to know that this was a matter of deep importance. Ned stood. "Your Grace," he began quietly, for he had never been one for grand speeches. "You do me great honor. I am a man of the North, and my duty is to Winterfell, to my people. My brother Brandon was meant to be Warden of the North, but fate had other plans. I took up that mantle, and I serve the North faithfully. Aye, honor me with your presence, old friend." Robert cut in, though gently. "You were a brother in arms, a brother in spirit. You are the only man in the 7 kingdoms whom I can name as friend without reservation. I need you." The hush deepened, broken only by the crackle of the fire. A fleeting image sprang to Ned's mind. His father's face, solemn in the crypts. Lyanna, lying in a bed of blood and rose petals. the promise of loyalty he had made to Robert and to the memory of their youth. Finally, Ned spoke again. "Then I accept your grace." His voice was quiet, but somehow it carried through the hush. He felt the shift in the air, the sense of finality. "I shall serve as hand." It was not unexpected, and yet the sound of it leaving his lips made it real. A small cheer arose from those in the hall, for a hand of the king was no small position, and many had suspected this outcome. Robert beamed, raising his goblet to Ned. "Good," he exclaimed. "Tomorrow we'll speak of details. For now, more wine." And the feast roared back to life. Minstrels played, dancers whirled on the rushes, and the aroma of spiced pies and mulled ale suffused the air once more. Ned sank back into his seat, exchanging a glance with Catelyn. She reached for his hand beneath the table, and their fingers entwined. He could feel her question before she spoke it, but all he could do was shrug slightly, as if to say, "We will talk, but not here." That night, after the feasting ended and guests were finally settling into their rooms, Ned and Catelyn returned to their chambers in the Great Keep. The corridors were dimly lit by guttering torches, and the hush of night was upon Winterfell. Catelyn glanced over her shoulder at two guards trailing them, then nodded for them to remain at the corner, so she might speak in privacy with her lord husband. "Are you certain?" she asked softly once they were out of earshot. "About accepting the handship?" Her voice betrayed no anger, only honest concern. Ned sighed. He felt weariness pressing on him, like the weight of a direwolf's hide. "Robert is my king and my friend," he said. "He needs me. The capital is drowning in those he can't trust. I had no choice. You know that." She stepped close, her breath warm against the chill air. "I know," she whispered, "but this will change everything. You'll need to go south. Who will remain at Winterfell? Rob? Maester Luwin can guide him, but—" He cut her off softly by placing a hand on her cheek. "Robert said he wants me in King's Landing, but you and I both know how dangerous the court can be. Political intrigues, southern tongues that speak with one meaning and act with another. I didn't like the thought of bringing our children into that environment." He paused, seeing the reflection of the torchlight in her clear eyes. "But there's another path," he murmured, surprising himself with the words. Robert made a jest about bringing all of the Starks to King's Landing so the South might see what real men and women look like. It might not be such a jest after all. Catelyn drew back slightly, the uncertainty plain on her face. "All of us? That's not how it's done. Usually the heir remains behind to rule in the father's absence." Ned said. "That is tradition, but do we truly wish to scatter the children? I was parted from my family often when I was young, sent to foster at the Eyrie. Some good came of it, but as for me, I'd rather keep them close if we can. There are lessons to be learned in the South as well, though different ones than they'd learn here." Robert might be right. Maybe it's time the North had a stronger presence at court. She was silent for a long moment, thinking. Rob is 14. If he remains behind, we trust Maester Luwin to advise him. But is that wise? He's still young. If we all leave, the bannermen might feel bereft of leadership, unsettled about how the North is governed. And your brother's widow, Lisa, is now in the Vale, the Tullus in Riverrun. If war or conflict brews, or if the Lannisters wish to press advantage. Ned placed his hands gently on her shoulders. "I have wrestled with all of this in my mind. The truth is, the realm has been at peace since Robert took the throne. War is not imminent. The greatest battles in King's Landing now are of cunning, not swords, or so they say. Our bannermen will not break faith with House Stark if we maintain lines of communication. They may grumble, but as long as winter does not come tomorrow, they will endure. Maybe there's something good in letting the entire Stark family stand by my side. I am reluctant to leave any behind if I can help it." She exhaled slowly. "You are their father. They'll follow your will. I'll stand by you whether we take them all or not. We must only be sure." Ned nodded. He knew that nothing was certain. In the ways of power, every step came with its share of risk. But the thought of allowing Sansa and Arya to remain behind or sending them off to the care of relatives, filled him with misgivings. And Bran? His adventurous spirit might flourish in the hustle and bustle of the capital, or it might lead him into trouble. Rickon, so small, maybe too small for such a journey. Yet the more Ned thought on it, the more he felt that the pack should remain together. Winter was coming, after all, and the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Even if Ned had not fully decided by the time they retired for the night, the seeds of that choice took root in his dreams. In the morning, he would speak more with Robert. For now, he allowed himself a brief respite in Catelyn's arms, burying his worries in the familiarity of her warmth. At dawn, a cold light suffused the sky. Pale gray beams filtered over the courtyard, where the king's men were stirring in their tents. The animals in the stables stamped their hooves, agitated by so many strangers about. Ned rose early. He was accustomed to it, and made his way to the godswood, seeking the quiet presence of the weirwood tree. Its red leaves seemed to whisper as a breeze stirred them, the carved face watching him with that timeless expression of sorrow. He knelt there, the damp grass staining his breeches, and he prayed for guidance. He prayed for wisdom in the face of the dangerous path that was opening before him. And though the old gods gave no spoken answer, he felt a steadiness in his chest, a sense that the pack must stay together. Before the sun had fully risen, Ned found King Robert speaking with some of his knights in the courtyard, near the armory. Robert, tired from travel and drink, wore the sullen scowl of a man who had too many obligations. Yet upon seeing Ned approach, his countenance brightened. He dismissed the knights with a curt wave of a meaty hand. "Ned," Robert began, voice still low from disuse, "I want to depart in 3 days' time. We have tarried too long on the road. The sooner we reach the capital, the better. I trust you can settle your affairs here quickly." Ned took a measured breath, crossing his arms. The cold breeze brushed strands of dark hair across his brow. I can. But, Robert, you half-jested last night about bringing all my family south. How would you feel if I did exactly that?" For a moment, Robert only blinked. Then that booming laugh escaped him. "All of them? You mean the little ones, too? The 8-year-old? The baby?" Ned inclined his head. "Rickon is not quite 4, yes, but I believe in keeping the pack together. North or south, it matters not. If I am to serve you as hand, I'd rather have my children under my own eye. And my lady wife as well, if she is willing." Robert's laughter faded into a thoughtful hum. "It's not the usual arrangement, but you're the warden of the North. That's a powerful seat. Let the lords of the North grumble if they like. I'd welcome the entire brood. Might even bring some fresh perspective to court. Though the Queen might have her own opinions about so many Starks prowling the Red Keep. But let her grumble, too. I'm the king, am I not? If you want them with you, so be it." Ned felt relief in Robert's casual acceptance, but also a twinge of unease. If the Queen disliked the idea, trouble might breed from that discontent. Yet Ned was determined. "Then it's settled," he said, voice quiet, but with that northern finality that brooked no argument. "We'll be ready in 3 days. We'll ride south with you. All of us." Robert clapped Ned on the shoulder again. "Good man. Gods, it'll be a caravan. A real sight for the small folk along the way. Stark and Baratheon, side by side, leading a traveling host. They'll still be talking about it for years to come." Ned made a faint smile in answer. "I must speak to my household. Make preparations." And so the next 3 days passed in a blur of activity. Servants scrambled to collect the Stark family's belongings, to pack them in sturdy chests and load them onto wagons. Eddard sat with Maester Luwin to finalize instructions on how Winterfell would be managed in their absence. A skeleton staff would remain to tend to the keep, the farmers, the houses under the Starks' immediate protection. There were ravens enough, Luwin assured him, to keep them informed of any urgent developments in the north. Catelyn supervised the seamstresses, ensuring that the children had enough suitable clothes for the warmer climates. She chided Arya for complaining about the fuss, reminded Bran to be gentle in how he asked questions of the stable hands, and reassured a tearful Rickon that he could indeed bring his favorite carved toys. Sansa was the easiest. She had fantasized about the glittering courts of King's Landing for years, imagining stories of knights and ladies from the songs. She was a swirl of excitement, coaxing the younger ones with stories of southern wonders. Robb, half eager and half worried, made a show of practicing swordplay with Jon in the courtyard, determined to prove that, even in the south, a Stark of Winterfell would stand tall. Jon, for his part, was quieter than usual. If he went south, how would he stand among them as a Snow, not a trueborn Stark? He told no one of these worries, but they weighed on him. Ned sensed them nonetheless. On the afternoon before departure, Ned gathered all the children in the solar. The sun's rays streamed through the high windows, shining motes of dust into visibility as they drifted in the air. The children came in one by one, Robb broad-shouldered for his years, Jon reserved, Sansa with her red-gold hair twisted back in a modest style, Arya scuffed about the knees as usual from practicing at something she shouldn't, Bran bright-eyed, and Rickon clutching a wooden direwolf figurine in his hand. Catelyn stood to one side, quietly watchful. Ned cleared his throat. It reminded him of how his own father must have looked, standing in this very room years ago. We depart tomorrow, all of us, to ride south with the king. I want you to understand what that means. In King's Landing, the ways of life are different than here. The climate is warmer, the courtiers more cunning. I will be serving as Hand of the King, but that does not grant us the freedom to do as we wish. We must represent the North with honor. And for that, I need each of you, yes, even you, Rickon, to remember who you are. We are Starks of Winterfell. We do not forget. The children listened with varying degrees of solemnity. Sansa's eyes shone with excitement. Bran wore a thoughtful frown. Arya's brow was puckered with impatience or maybe curiosity. Robb nodded slowly, a silent vow that he would not disappoint. Jon said nothing, but Ned saw the flicker of hope. Perhaps, in the south, he could carve a path of his own, find out who he might become. Then Catelyn spoke, her voice gentle but firm. We will face many new customs. You must observe carefully before you act. There is a courtesy in King's Landing that is not always sincere. Remember your lessons, remember your loyalties. Do not place your trust too easily. The capital is full of alliances and rivalries that do not reveal themselves plainly. She paused, looking at Sansa in particular. Remember that every ear might report back to someone else. Arya wrinkled her nose. Sounds dreadful, she muttered. Enough complaining, said Catelyn, but there was warmth in her tone. I'm sure you'll find things of interest, Arya. You always do. Arya scuffed a foot on the floor. Yes, mother. Ned's eyes swept across them all. We ride in the morning. Gather what you need. And if you have any questions, come to me or your mother. They dispersed. Robb and Jon headed back to the courtyard, Sansa to her chamber to fold her dresses meticulously, Arya off with needle and thread, though whether to sew or to practice swordplay nobody could say, Bran to say farewell to the old climbing spots in Winterfell's towers, and Rickon in tow with a servant carrying the last of his toys. Catelyn lingered, watching them go. Are you truly certain? She asked Ned softly, though the question had a gentleness that suggested she already knew the answer. He nodded. The children come with us. We face the unknown, but at least we will face it together. Dawn broke on the fourth day, pale and cool. A massive host assembled in the courtyard. The king's men, Lannister guards, highborn knights, and now the Stark household. Wagons and baggage animals stood loaded. Horses stamped and snorted in the crisp air. Robert was in high spirits, laughing as he attempted to mount his massive warhorse with a bit of effort. He teased Ned about the mountain of luggage they would bring for so many Starks, but he seemed not to mind truly. A swirling tapestry of banners filled the yard. The crowned stag of House Baratheon, the golden lion of House Lannister, and here and there, the gray direwolf of House Stark. Ned gave Winterfell one long, last look. The centuries-old walls stood in the morning light, calm and unmoving. If he closed his eyes, he could almost hear the hush of its storied halls. But the time for memories was short. He clasped Maester Luwin's hand in farewell and offered stern but grateful nods to the men staying behind. He kissed Catelyn's cheek, and together they guided their children to their mounts or carriages. Sansa rode alongside her sister, though Arya's posture on horseback was less ladylike than the septa would have wanted. Bran was lifted before a stable hand, as the roads might be too rough for him to guide his own horse alone, though he protested that he was not so little. Rickon, wide-eyed, rode with a trusted guard, already excitedly pointing at the king's banners overhead. Jon guided his own horse with ease, though he kept to the back, overshadowed by the Lannister retinue. And so the royal procession departed Winterfell, winding out onto the King's Road. The vast fortress receded behind them, stone by stone, until the trees swallowed its shape. The party stretched down the road nearly half a mile in length, from outriders to the baggage carts at the rear. Wolves might watch from the forest's edge, or perhaps wildlings from far beyond the wall might tell tales of such a sight. The King of the Seven Kingdoms, accompanied by a small legion, heading south with half the Stark clan in tow. The early days of the journey passed with an odd mixture of excitement and tedium. There were so many new faces for the Stark children to see. The various hedge knights, squires, cooks, grooms, and ladies-in-waiting who traveled with the queen or with the knights who attended upon the king. Sansa was dazzled by the queen's retinue, the fine silks and embroidered gowns. She yearned to ride alongside them, but courtesy demanded she remain near her family for the time being. Arya tried to slip away once or twice to watch the practice of swordsmen at dusk, but was always corralled by Septa Mordane's stern glare. Robb and Jon rode with the men-at-arms, gleaning what lessons they could, practicing sword forms at midday halts. Ned spent long hours talking with Robert, or with the king's brother, Lord Renly, who had joined them from Storm's End. The queen herself was coolly polite to the Starks. Cersei nodded to Catelyn when they passed on the road, offered Sansa a stiff compliment about her hair, and gave little attention to the rest. Joffrey, the prince, occasionally allowed himself to be seen in the company of Myrcella and Tommen, though he kept mostly to his Lannister guard and seemed to view the northern children with mild disdain. He was courteous enough to Sansa when introduced. He even told her she was quite fair for a northern girl, which left Sansa blushing, uncertain if it was a compliment or a slight. Arya glowered at him the entire time. On the fifth day, they reached a place where the King's Road skirted an old watchtower that had fallen to ruin, its stones scattered among high grasses. The group made camp there for the night. Ned helped set the perimeter, placing Stark men in watch rotations alongside Baratheon and Lannister guards. The children bounded about in the grass, excited to be free of the saddle. Rickon chased around the direwolves, Shaggy Dog and Grey Wind, while Ghost trotted in Jon's shadow. Summer remained near Bran, sniffing at the remains of the ruined tower. That evening, around the campfires, the men swapped stories of battles and feasts. Sansa listened wide-eyed to the gossip whispered by the ladies, gleaning snippets of the capital's intrigues. Rumors of Master of Coin Peter Baelish, called Littlefinger, the presence of Lord Varys, the Spider, who supposedly had eyes and ears in every corner. The rumors about the Queen's siblings, Jaime and Tyrion Lannister. Arya, bored by such gossip, tried to coax Jon into teaching her a new sword stance, but he demurred, mindful of watchful eyes. Bran climbed part of the old tower's fallen stones until Robb shouted at him to come down. As Ned finished speaking with Robert about the next day's travel route, he caught sight of the Queen watching from across the fire. Cersei's look was inscrutable, her head tilted just so, her golden hair catching the glow of the flames. She looked at Ned and Robert side by side, a faint curve to her lips that might have been wry amusement or gentle scorn. Then she turned away, disappearing into her grand tent. Onward they traveled, day after day, the air gradually growing milder as they ventured south. Sansa noted the changing foliage, less pine, more oak and elm. Arya marveled at the markets in small towns where they occasionally stopped for supplies, at the peddlers hawking sweetmeats or bright ribbons. Bran peppered his parents with questions about how long it would be until they saw the Trident, or the place where Robert had killed Rhaegar Targaryen. Ned answered gently or deflected when the questions brushed too close to old wounds. The South was full of memories he only half wished to recall. Eventually, the day came when they approached the great stone bridge over the River Trident, the site of one of the war's most famous battles. King Robert insisted on stopping there. He wanted to show Joffrey the spot where he had struck the fatal blow to Prince Rhaegar, forging the final victory of the rebellion. Ned watched from a short distance, the memory roiling in him. Blood in the water, the clang of steel, the roar of men. He remembered the ripple of Targaryen armor, rubies scattered in the stream. Arya was perched behind a rock, eavesdropping perhaps, while Sansa hung back with the ladies. Robb, Bran, Jon, and Rickon lingered near the wagons, uncertain of the significance but feeling the weight in the air. Catelyn placed a hand on Ned's arm. "This was the place," she murmured, sympathy in her eyes. "You never told me the details." "There's little glory in those details," Ned replied quietly. "Only blood and loss. Robert sees it differently. He sees his triumph." He sighed. Perhaps that's what kings need to see. The next morning, they continued on, for the capital beckoned. The pace quickened somewhat, as Robert grew impatient for the comforts of his red keep. He often rode at the head of the column, cursing the dust and the slow wagons, but refusing to leave them entirely behind. The days grew warmer, the nights gentler, though the breezes still carried a faint tang of the sea from Blackwater Bay. Sansa began to fret about appearances, wanting to ensure her gowns were clean. Arya continued to scuff her clothes in any patch of mud or grass she could find. Bran was enthralled by everything, from the eagles overhead to the new varieties of flowers along the roadside. Rickon often rode in the back with a guard, passing out exhausted by midday. Robb and Jon kept to the middle of the procession, forging new acquaintances among the knights, sometimes exchanging sword tips with men who had traveled in Essos or the Reach. Ned noted all of it, storing away the small changes in each child as they adapted to the journey. At last, the day arrived when the walls of King's Landing loomed on the horizon. Smoke rose in plumes from the sprawling metropolis, pungent and thick, heralding the city's vast population. The children wrinkled their noses at the first whiff of that stench, for King's Landing had a famed unpleasantness to its air, but Sansa tried to hide her dismay. After all, she had dreamed of this city as a place of chivalry and splendor. Arya made no such attempt. She coughed and covered her nose with a kerchief, much to the amusement of some onlookers. Ned exchanged a glance with Catelyn, recalling how starkly different King's Landing was from the austere cleanliness of the north. King Robert rode at the head of the column, bellowing for the gates to be opened in the name of the king. Trumpets blared, and the wide gates yawned open. On either side, small folk crowded to gawk. They cheered when they saw the crowned stag banner, though some eyes lingered on the direwolf banner in curiosity or even apprehension. Whispers passed through the crowd. "The Starks have come," they said. "Look, it's the new hand of the king." Ned kept his gaze steady, acknowledging them with a grave nod. They processed through the city's winding streets, the press of bodies intense. Vendors shouted, children scrambled after the horses, hoping for a coin tossed their way. Men and women hung from windows to catch a glimpse of the royals, and many gasped or pointed at the direwolves trotting at a measured pace near their Stark masters. The keep towers rose above it all, the Red Keep perched on Aegon's high hill, dominating the skyline. Finally, they reached the massive gates of the Red Keep itself. The gold cloaks of the city watch parted to allow the procession through, and the courtyard inside swarmed with attendants prepared to help the royals dismount. Servants rushed forward to take horses, to carry baggage, to usher the newly arrived noble families to their assigned chambers. Ned halted his horse in the courtyard, scanning the unfamiliar shapes of the stone walls, the serpentine passages that connected courtyard to courtyard in the keep's design. He caught the eye of an approaching man. Lord Varys, the master of whisperers, robed in soft slippers and pastel silks. Varys greeted Ned with a florid bow, all polite smiles. "Lord Stark, how good of you to bring us the entire clan," Varys purred. "The city is honored by so many Starks. Why, the Red Keep might never feel a chill again." Ned regarded him quietly. "I trust we have chambers enough?" "But of course," Varys said, stepping aside to guide them. "His Grace has seen to it personally." And the Queen has taken a special interest in our arrangements for Lady Stark. A hint of unease pricked at Ned's consciousness. Has she indeed? Varys only smiled, leading them onward. She is most eager to receive you all. And so the Starks entered the Red Keep. Chamber by chamber, corridor by corridor, the wheels of the Southron court began to turn around them. Servants flung open double doors to reveal spacious rooms, though they felt cramped compared to the airy halls of Winterfell. Sansa gasped at the rich decorations, velvet drapes in red and gold, polished marble floors. Arya looked almost disappointed, as if expecting more. Bran stared out a high window overlooking the city, dazzled by the sheer expanse of cramped rooftops. Rickon clung to Catelyn's hand, uncertain and tired from the journey. Robb and Jon exchanged glances, curiosity shining in their eyes. Before they could even settle, the Queen herself appeared, flanked by a small retinue. Her gown of deep green satin accentuated her golden hair and green eyes. She offered a thin smile. "Lord Stark, Lady Stark, welcome," she said, her voice smooth, "and welcome to your children. I trust your journey was pleasant." Ned bowed. Catelyn curtsied. "It was long, Your Grace," Ned replied simply. "We are here to serve." She inclined her head, eyes flicking over the children. "I see you have indeed brought your entire family. It should make for a lively court." Her tone was inscrutable, but the curve of her lips suggested something that might not be entirely welcoming. "When you've had a moment to rest, the king wishes to hold a small council meeting. He wants you to see your new seat of office, Lord Hand." Ned dipped his head. "We'll be there." The Queen's gaze lingered a moment on Sansa, perhaps noticing her beauty or the way the girl seemed both eager and intimidated. Then Cersei turned to depart. After she left, Catelyn let out a quiet breath. The children looked around expectantly. "All right," Ned said at last. "We'll each settle into our rooms. The servants will guide you. Then we'll see about exploring the keep, one step at a time." Part of him felt an ache for the North already. This was a place of cunning glances and uncertain alliances, and if the Queen's expression was any omen, they were stepping into a den of lions indeed. But he reminded himself of his earlier resolve. They would face it together as a family. Whatever the capital held, pageantry, secrets, or danger, House Stark would meet it with honor. Ned Stark's first day in the Red Keep as Hand of the King began under a sky of hazy gold. Dawn light spilled through the narrow windows of his new solar, a chamber far more ornate than his old quarters in Winterfell. On the walls hung tapestries depicting hunts and battles. Stags at bay, knights in shining plate, a swirl of vibrant color. The air was tinged with incense, faint but persistent, as though the Red Keep itself tried to mask its underlying rot with perfume. Catelyn was still abed with Rickon curled beside her. He'd woken fretful in the unfamiliar night, and she had soothed him back to sleep. Ned moved quietly, splashing water on his face from the gilded basin. Each drop felt warmer than the cold water of Winterfell. If only it could wash away all that weighed on his mind. The day promised to be full of audiences and briefings. King Robert wanted a meeting of the small council at midday. After that, Ned would need to speak with the stewards about housing arrangements for the rest of his household. He had insisted the children remain together with him, rather than scattered through distant guest towers. The Queen's courtesy in offering separate quarters might have been well-meant, or might not. Better to keep his family close. Yet, as he dried his face, he couldn't shake a subtle sense of unease. He could endure the intrigues of the court if he had to. But now, all the people he loved best in the world were here under the same roof as the king and the queen. If subtle threats stirred in the corridors, they would find the entire Stark family within easy reach. Even as a father, he felt the old soldier's tension in his shoulders. But the decision had been made. He would not tear them apart just so he could walk alone into the southern fray. With care, and perhaps a bit of fortune, the North would show that honor could thrive in any climate. He dressed simply, favoring muted gray and a cloak of dark fur that identified him for who he was, the Warden of the North. No bright silks or gold-laced doublets for Ned Stark. If the courtiers looked askance at him, so be it. He belted on his sword, ice remaining in its place of honor but typically reserved for ceremonial duty. Then he left quietly so as not to rouse Catelyn or Rickon, stepping into the corridor where a handful of his own men waited. Robb and Jon were already awake, training in an inner courtyard with wooden swords. The Red Keep had multiple yards for practice, stables, feasts, and all manner of business. Through a windowed archway, Ned could see them exchanging slow, careful blows under the watchful eye of Jory Castle. Robb's face glistened with sweat, his expression serious. Jon moved nimbly, not as strong as Robb but quick on his feet. Now and again, Ghost the direwolf padded around the perimeter, tail raised in silent vigilance. Ned nodded to Jory. "They're at it early." Jory smiled ruefully. "Aye, my lord. The lads barely slept, I think. Too restless in a new place. I thought some sword work would help them feel at ease." Robb's final blow glanced off Jon's wooden sword. Both boys turned, breathing hard. "Father," Robb said, a bit sheepish, "we hoped to be finished by the time you came by. Didn't want to disturb you with the clatter." Ned shook his head. "It disturbs me less than silence would, my boy. You'll find your footing soon enough. Are you both adjusting?" Jon nodded, face still set in that solemn way of his. "The city is bigger than I imagined." "It's big, and it's loud," Robb added, glancing at the high walls. He tried to hide his nerves, but Ned could see them plainly in the way his grip flexed on the practice sword. "You'll each find tasks enough in the days to come," Ned said gently. "But be wary. This is not the North. People here wear smiles that don't always touch their eyes. Remain watchful of your words and your friends." He clapped them each on the shoulder and left them to finish the session. Out in the corridors, the Red Keep was beginning to stir in earnest. Servants bustled with trays of breakfast. Lannister guards in crimson cloaks stood at attention near regal arches, and somewhere in the distance, a herald's voice echoed. Ned had walked these halls before, years back during the war's aftermath, but he still felt like a stranger here. He found the small council chambers easily enough, a large room ringed by tall windows that overlooked a sun-drenched courtyard. The polished marble table gleamed. Already seated were Grand Maester Pycelle, stooped and white-bearded. Lord Renly Baratheon, the king's young, handsome brother, dressed in green velvet. Lord Varys, the master of whisperers in his flowing robes, and Peter Baelish Littlefinger, leaning back in his chair, a faint smirk on his lips. The only empty seat of rank was at the head of the table, presumably meant for the king, and to one side, the seat for the hand. Ned cleared his throat, and they all turned. Varys stood smoothly, as though greeting an honored guest at a feast. "Lord Stark, welcome to the small council. We are most pleased to have you here." Renly grinned. "Brother is late, as usual, but that's no surprise. Pray sit. We can start with some less urgent matters until he arrives." Pycelle made a show of rising, but it took him so long to get to his feet that Ned waved him off. "Sit, Grand Maester," Ned said politely. "No need for formalities on my account." Littlefinger quirked an eyebrow. "Very gracious of you, my lord. And how are you enjoying the city thus far? Breathtaking, is it not?" "It's large," Ned answered. "And complicated, I suspect." Littlefinger's smirk deepened. "You'll find it has many hidden corners. But I've always admired the Northmen for their directness. Sometimes it's refreshing to have a man who says what he means." "That remains to be seen," Ned said, taking the hand's seat. He glanced at the thick ledgers and piles of parchment stacked on the council table. "It looks as though there's much to do." Renly gestured at the messy array with a flourish. "The realm's business never ends. We have taxes to discuss, matters of trade, talk of a new tourney, and the king's wedding plans for Prince Joffrey, which have become a matter of gossip. No official betrothal is announced, mind, but rumors swirl." His gaze flicked to Ned. "We've heard that Joffrey might be betrothed to your daughter Sansa. Has the king spoken to you about that?" Ned frowned slightly. "Robert's not broached it directly with me, but he mentioned it in passing when we traveled. If it is his wish, I suppose we will speak on it soon. Well, well, Littlefinger said, idly toying with a quill. We shall have a grand royal wedding, it seems. House Stark and House Baratheon bound anew. Of course, the Queen will want the final word on all details, I'm sure. Varys cleared his throat, stepping in delicately. If I might suggest, my lords, we should begin with the matter of the King's tournament that he proposed upon hearing that Lord Stark would be named hand. It has stirred quite a bit of excitement already, but the cost, well. His soft hands fluttered, gesturing at the ledgers. We find the treasury somewhat diminished. Ned's eyes hardened. Diminished? How so? Littlefinger smiled blandly. Oh, we have plenty of coin for necessary functions. But a tourney of the scale the king envisions, extravagant prizes, feasting for lords and knights from all corners, would be burdensome. We are deep in debt, Lord Stark, Pycelle wheezed. Deep to the Lannisters, deep to the Iron Bank of Bravos. The crown owes sums far beyond what you might guess. Ned's thoughts turned grim. I see. The king did not mention that when he spoke of grand feasts and revels. Renly shrugged, as though it were no great secret. Robert loves such celebrations. We can hardly refuse him. He is the king. Ned stared at the table a moment. We can speak to him, urge caution, or at least moderate costs. If the realm is in debt, we must not pile a heavier burden on the small folk. Littlefinger's amusement glinted in his eyes. Ah, but you'll find King Robert is not easily dissuaded from his entertainments. Perhaps your voice as hand will hold more sway. He does trust you, after all. Ned opened his mouth to reply, but just then, they heard footsteps. The door swung open to reveal King Robert himself, broad-shouldered and still half wearing a hunting cloak. He looked flushed, as if he'd come straight from some exertion. Gods, I can't abide these halls, he grumbled, stepping in. Walls everywhere, corridors like a damned maze. Sorry to keep you waiting. He spotted Ned and grinned. Here he is, my new hand. Good. Let's get this nonsense over with quickly. I'm starved. He dropped into the seat at the head of the table. Two attendants hovered near him, holding jugs of wine. Robert waved them impatiently aside. We can pour our own wine. He shot Ned an exasperated look. Already these lot are in your ear about coin and debts. I'll wager. That they are, Ned confirmed softly. We were discussing the expense of a tourney. Robert pounded a fist on the table, making the ledgers jump. 7 hells, Ned, we need a tourney. The realm must celebrate your arrival as hand. I intend to host the greatest competition in living memory. Jousting, archery, melee. I want half the knights of Westeros to come. Let them bring their bannermen. The city will thrive, the inns will fill up. The merchants will make coin. Don't let these pinch pennies sour you. I understand wanting to celebrate, Ned said carefully. But the treasury. Bah! Robert cut in. The realm can afford some merriment. All this talk of debts is as old as last winter. The Lannisters can wait. The Iron Bank can wait. Don't let them put fear in you. We are the masters of our fate. Ned, not coin counters. Ned exchanged a glance with Littlefinger, who lifted an eyebrow. The man's eyes seemed to say, you see, the king will not be budged. So Ned inclined his head. Very well, your grace. But we must at least manage the scale so that we don't bankrupt. Robert laughed, hearty and booming. We'll manage, old friend. We'll manage. He turned to the others, slapping a hand on the table. Now, what's next? I've got hunts to plan, feasts to sample. I want the city alive with cheer, not gloom. And so, for the next hour, Ned endured a swirl of talk about logistics. Where to set the lists, how to accommodate a rush of visitors, what fines or taxes might be waived to encourage participation. King Robert did not much care for the details. He only knew he wanted a spectacle. Varys offered gentle suggestions. Pycelle pontificated on tradition. Renly joked that as master of laws, he had best prepare cells for the inevitable brawlers, and Littlefinger took quiet note of any sums discussed. By the time it ended, Ned felt as if he'd aged a month in a single meeting. Robert rose, yawning. That's enough for one day. I'm off to break my fast properly. You come too, Ned. He eyed the others. The rest of you can do as you like. Ned half expected to see the Queen waiting outside, but it seemed she had other pursuits that morning. As he trailed Robert through the corridors, flanked by gold-cloaked guards, they passed courtiers who bowed and curtsied in an almost comical wave. Robert greeted them with easy familiarity, a grin or a jest. He seemed oblivious to the hush that followed his passing. Ned recalled how differently the small folk in the north responded to him. Less ceremony, more heartfelt respect. Here, everything was tinted with performance. They made their way to a long gallery near the royal apartments. Servants scurried to set a table with bread, fruit, and flagons of wine. Robert collapsed into a chair with a groan of relief, gesturing for Ned to join him. Sit, damn you. We're friends, not strangers. Ned lowered himself and accepted a cup of wine, though it was early in the day. Robert tore into a loaf of bread, chewed noisily, then spoke around a mouthful. So, how do you like your new seat? Full of dusty old fools and sly foxes. Ned sipped his wine. Your counsel is diverse. That made Robert laugh. Yes, well, that's one word for it. At least you'll keep them honest. As honest as can be anyway. He sat back. I wanted to speak with you about Sansa. Ned's wariness sharpened. Go on. The king rolled his shoulders, as though trying to loosen stiff muscles. The Queen and I have discussed it. Joffrey must be betrothed soon. We want to secure an alliance that solidifies the realm's unity. And there's no alliance I'd value more than a bond with the Starks. Ned found himself looking down at the table, at the swirl of the wood grain. Sansa is young, Robert scoffed. She's the same age as half the girls who get promised in betrothal across Westeros. I won't press for marriage tomorrow, but an official betrothal, an announcement, would please me greatly. It would please the realm, too. North and South united, that's a message. Ned nodded slowly. If Sansa agrees, and if Catelyn sees no reason against it, well, you're the king. I'll speak to them both. Robert's face lit. Excellent. I'll tell Cersei we'll make it official before the tourney. The lords who come can toast the betrothal. That'll make for a spectacle indeed. Ned held in a sigh. He could picture Sansa's eyes alight with daydreams of being a princess. If only it were that simple. Something in him twinged with doubt. The Lannisters had power, and they were not always to be trusted. But for now, he would take Robert's words as they were. I'll do as you wish. Robert finished his meal quickly, muttered something about being bored, and rose to go. Ned excused himself soon after. He wished for a moment of quiet to think, but quiet was a rare commodity in the Red Keep. Courtiers, guards, and petitioners wandered everywhere. Eventually, he slipped out into a back corridor that led toward the royal gardens, hoping the open air might clear his head. He nearly collided with Arya and Bran, who were racing down the corridor with wide eyes. Summer and Nymeria, Bran's and Arya's direwolves, followed at a subdued trot, their claws clicking on the polished floor. Arya almost skidded into Ned's legs, stopping just short. Father, she said breathlessly, we heard there's a yard with a fountain and lemon trees out here. We wanted to see if it's true. Bran, equally excited, chimed in. We've never seen a lemon tree. Ned nodded. There are such trees, yes. The climate here is warmer. But be mindful of the Queen's gardens. They might not appreciate two young wolves trampling the flower beds. Arya's eyes flashed. We'll be careful. She looked behind her. Septa Mordain told us we should be with Sansa, but Sansa's off looking at dresses with the Queen's ladies. She rolled her eyes as if that were the worst fate imaginable. Ned hid a small smile. Then at least ask a guard to accompany you. I don't want you getting lost in these gardens. It's easy to wander into parts of the keep you shouldn't be. Bran looked a bit crestfallen at that, but he nodded. Arya jutted her chin stubbornly. We'll watch where we go. I promise. He ruffled Bran's hair, then gave Arya a mild warning look. Keep out of mischief. They dashed off, whispering excitedly, direwolves padding along behind them. As Ned watched them disappear, he wondered how long it would be before some court sycophant found a reason to scold them. Still, he'd rather they get a sense of wonder from the Red Keep than let fear or suspicion overshadow every waking moment. Children should be children, even if only for a while. After a moment, he resumed his path toward his private chambers, meaning to speak with Catelyn. He found her up and about, dressed in a simple blue gown befitting a lady of the North. Sansa stood by her side, face flushed with excitement and confusion. "There you are," Catelyn said, relief in her tone. "We've just come from a rather unexpected conversation with the Queen's ladies." She gave Ned a searching look. "They told us of a possible betrothal for Sansa and Prince Joffrey." Ned inclined his head, motioning them inside. He closed the heavy door, nodded for the guards to remain outside. Then he spoke softly. "Robert has made it clear that he wishes this betrothal. He wants to announce it soon, perhaps before the tourney." Sansa's eyes went wide. "Before the tourney? That's so soon." "You wouldn't be married right away," Ned said gently. "This would be only a betrothal, a promise for a future marriage. But it would bind our houses in the eyes of all Westeros." Sansa swallowed. She looked at her mother, then back to Ned. If it pleases the king, and you think it's best, father." Catelyn placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder. "You have a voice in this as well, Sansa. If this is not what you wish." But Sansa shook her head, trembling with anticipation or nerves or both. "I do wish it. I've always dreamed of becoming a queen someday, or at least a princess. It's like the songs." She faltered, a flicker of some deeper concern in her eyes. "But Prince Joffrey, I hardly know him." Ned traded a glance with Catelyn. "That is why the betrothal period exists, so you can become acquainted. We'll watch over you." He forced a small smile he did not entirely feel. "If you're certain." Sansa took a breath, standing a bit straighter. "I'm certain." Catelyn nodded slowly. "Then we'll prepare. If the king wishes to announce it soon, we'll need to ensure you're presented properly. The Queen's ladies have offered to help outfit you with southern gowns. I'll supervise." In Sansa's face shone a mixture of nerves and delight. She thanked them both before slipping out of the chamber to find Septa Mordane, who would instruct her on every courtesy. When she was gone, Catelyn let out a long breath. "I know this is what Robert wants, and it could indeed bring great advantage to House Stark. But does your heart truly approve, Ned?" He pressed his lips into a thin line. "My heart is uneasy about many things here, Cat. But this is the path laid before us, and I see no immediate reason to refuse. Robert is my friend and the king. If Joffrey were a kinder boy, I'd have fewer doubts." Her eyes clouded. "We should keep watch on Joffrey's temper, from what little we've seen. But Sansa is determined to see the best in him." Ned sighed. "We'll keep watch. That's all we can do. At least we can remain here, together as a family. She'll not be alone among strangers if we stay vigilant." He kissed her cheek, then left her to gather herself. There were so many details to arrange, so many unwritten rules to observe. It occurred to him that Littlefinger or Varys might already be spinning intrigues around the prospective royal betrothal. The realm's eyes would turn on House Stark, on Sansa, on Joffrey. Ned set his jaw. If the southern lords and ladies tried to play games with his daughter, he would not stand idle. He stepped into the hallway and nearly bumped into Tommen and Myrcella, the younger royal children, each accompanied by a pair of guards. Myrcella smiled shyly at Ned, her golden curls shining in the torchlight, while Tommen gave a small bow, awkward but genuine. Ned greeted them politely. He saw no sign of Joffrey. If anything, these two seemed far gentler than their elder brother. Continuing onward, Ned passed a few minor courtiers who bowed with fawning politeness. He made his way to the keep's main staircase, where from above he heard the echo of footsteps. Looking up, he spotted Jaime Lannister descending, his white Kingsguard cloak trailing behind him. The man's perfect features and confident bearing were as unmistakable as the gold in his hair. Jaime's expression held a faint, arrogant smile. "Lord Stark," Jaime said, pausing. I hear you'll be a permanent fixture in the city now. My sister said you've brought your whole family to keep you company. I do hope the Red Keep isn't too cramped for all those wolves." Ned met Jaime's bright green gaze steadily. "We'll manage," he said, polite but curt. "How loyal of you," Jaime drawled, that half-smile unwavering. "I once thought only pups were raised as a litter, but it seems grown wolves like to travel in packs as well." Ned felt a flicker of heat behind his ribs, but he reined it in. "In the North, we know the value of family. You might remember that, sir." Jaime shrugged, as if it hardly mattered. "Of course, family is everything, some might say the only thing. Still, be careful that a single net cannot catch all the fish in one cast." His tone was smooth, too smooth, as if implying that having everyone in one place might leave them all vulnerable. Ned didn't break his gaze. "We Starks can bite if threatened." Jaime gave a lazy laugh. "So I've heard. Then I'll leave you to your biting." He continued on his way. Ned exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders heavy. Jaime's words felt like a warning, or at least a jibe that carried an undercurrent of menace. But there was nothing to do for it now. He continued downstairs and emerged into the sunlit outer ward, near the royal stables, hoping the fresh air might ground him. There he found a surprising sight. Robb was speaking with the Hound. Sandor Clegane stood tall in his dark armor, that terrible burn scar stretching across his face. Robb's expression was guarded, but not fearful. Jon, a step behind him, looked uneasy. Grey Wind lurked at Robb's side, hackles raised ever so slightly, though he made no move to growl or bare teeth. As Ned approached, he caught Sandor's rough voice. "So keep your pup on a short leash, boy, or the gold cloaks will do it for you. The city's not some northern forest where wolves roam free." Robb bristled but held his tongue. Ned stepped in. "Is there a problem here?" The Hound turned, giving Ned a cursory nod. "Lord Stark, no problem. Just telling your boy that the locals aren't as friendly to big beasts as you might be. This city's full of folk who scare easy, and men who'd kill any beast that gives them half a reason." Robb exhaled through his nose. "Grey Wind wouldn't hurt anyone unless they threatened us." "Threats come in many forms," Sandor muttered. His voice was as deep as a grave. Then, with a dismissive shrug, he turned away. "Might want to keep your wolves behind a kennel door." Ned laid a hand on Robb's shoulder. "He's not entirely wrong. The city is no place for direwolves to roam at will. We must be careful." Robb opened his mouth to protest, but then closed it, nodding reluctantly. Jon, standing by, gave Ghost a quick pat on the head, a silent vow to protect the animals from any harm. Ned knew it would be a challenge. Northern ways and southern ways seldom aligned, and direwolves in King's Landing might be seen as monstrous curiosities or open threats. But he would not banish the wolves away. They were part of the family, symbols of the North itself. Still, they had to be prudent. He told Robb and Jon to speak with the Master of Hounds about securing a small enclosure near their quarters, somewhere the wolves might rest without raising alarm among the local guards. After that, Ned left them to manage it, wanting to show them trust. He made his way toward the Tower of the Hand, the gracious building that served as the official seat of the King's Hand. It was separate from the main royal apartments, though connected by bridges and gardens. He intended to move his family there as soon as the chambers were properly prepared. The idea of living so close to the Lannisters and all the throngs of the court set his nerves on edge. In the Tower of the Hand, he would at least have some measure of autonomy. As he neared it, he saw that the doors were flung open, with household staff bustling in and out, bearing linens, casks of wine, and crates of supplies from Winterfell. Overseeing the bustle was Jory Castle and a few of the older Stark guards. They bowed when Ned arrived. "Lord Stark," Jory said, "we've nearly finished settling in. The main bedchambers are ready for you and Lady Catelyn, and each child can have their own room if you prefer. Or we could keep Rickon in the same suite as yourselves, if he'd be more comfortable." Ned considered. "Let's keep Rickon close to us for now. He's so young, and these halls are strange. As for the older ones, Arya and Sansa might share or not, though they'll want separate corners. Bran can have a small room near them with a guard's post in the corridor. Robb and Jon can take chambers near the tower's base so they can come and go for training. The rest of our people, household staff, should be accommodated on the lower floors or in the courtyard annex if need be. Yes, my lord, Jory said, making a note. We'll keep watch. No one enters without our leave. Ned gave a grateful nod, stepping inside to inspect the tower's main hall. It was airy enough, the floors polished to a reflective sheen. Windows faced the south, letting in the city's golden light. It wasn't Winterfell, but it was better than being scattered throughout the Red Keep. This would be a place they could call their own, as much as one could call anything their own in the Lion's Den. In a side chamber, Arya and Bran had already arrived, peering out a window at the city's sprawl. Sansa stood off to one side, apparently waiting for them to finish gawking so she could place some personal keepsakes on the sill. The siblings jostled a little, not unkindly. Even Rickon was there, holding tight to Catelyn's hand. "All right," Ned said quietly, stepping into their midst. "These are our new quarters. They may not feel like home yet, but give it time. You'll see." Arya wrinkled her nose. "We can't even see any trees from this window, just rooftops." Bran craned his neck. "I can see the sea, I think, over there beyond the walls." Sansa set down a little wooden chest that contained her sewing things. "The Queen's ladies said the water is called Blackwater Bay. I suppose it's lovely from the right vantage, but from here it looks more brown than black." Catelyn guided Rickon toward a cushioned bench. "Sit, sweetling. We'll make it comfortable for you." He obeyed, though his eyes kept darting from door to door. "Where's my wolf?" he asked. Catelyn sighed. "Shaggy Dog is with the Master of Hounds right now, but soon enough we'll bring him here. Let them settle." Ned's gaze swept over them all, feeling a surge of protectiveness. This was indeed a leap of faith, bringing every Stark to the heart of the South. Yet part of him still believed that so long as they remained together, they would find a way to hold to their honor. "I'll need to attend the king and the council often," he told them, "but you'll have free reign of these chambers. We'll assign a few of our most trusted men to guard you when you wish to walk in the keep or visit the yard." Arya exhaled dramatically. "Do we have to keep guards around us all the time?" "You do," Ned said firmly, "until you learn the layout, and until I'm certain you'll not lose yourself in some hidden corridor. This is no place for foolish risks. Promise me." She looked sullen but nodded. Bran nodded as well, though he seemed more awed than rebellious. Sansa had that inward, reflective look that meant she was thinking about Joffrey, no doubt. Rickon merely kicked his feet against the bench, glancing around. "All right," Catelyn said, casting Ned a meaningful look. "Let's see to the rooms, yes? Bran, Rickon, come with me. Sansa, help your sister arrange her trunk." Ned gave Catelyn's arm a gentle squeeze, a silent token of gratitude. Then, as she led the younger ones away, he found himself stepping out onto a narrow balcony that overlooked a garden below. The city beyond was vast, a patchwork of clay tile roofs and winding streets, with the glimmer of the sea in the distance. Smoke curled from countless chimneys. The sky was brilliantly blue, a southern intensity that made him squint. He took in a deep breath of the air, pungent with the sense of the harbor, the sewage, the cook fires, so different from the crisp wind of the north. Already, the heat made his skin feel damp beneath his collar. He closed his eyes, recalling how the words of House Stark lingered in his mind. Winter is coming. Here, so far south, winter seemed a distant tale. But he knew well that the seasons turned eventually for all. If the warmth lulled them into complacency, trouble might strike before they were ready. Returning inside, he moved to the tower's study chamber. It was a cozy room with shelves for ledgers, a wooden desk, a broad hearth. A good place to handle the business of the realm in relative privacy. He would take up his duties as hand from here, review the kingdom's ledgers, correspond with lords, manage the king's justice. A monumental task, but Eddard Stark had never shirked duty. Before he could even sit, a soft knock sounded on the door. Jory opened it a crack. "My lord," "There's someone here to see you." Ned turned, expecting a steward or a messenger. Instead, Petyr Baelish stepped through, dressed in an elegantly tailored doublet of gray and green, the mockingbird pin gleaming on his collar. He wore that thin smile that never quite reached his eyes. "Lord Stark," Littlefinger said in a lightly amused tone, "I see you're settling into the Tower of the Hand. I wanted to be the first to officially welcome you to your new domain." Ned inclined his head. "Thank you, Lord Baelish. Is there some matter you wish to discuss?" Petyr gave a slight shrug. "Only that I'm at your service. Should you need guidance in matters of the city's finances or the flow of information? As Master of Coin, I know every corner of King's Landing. My brothels see quite a bit as well." Ned's mouth set in a firm line. "I appreciate the offer, though I am not much for brothels." Baelish chuckled. "Of course, merely pointing out that I have eyes in places you might find unsavory. If ever you need knowledge of goings-on, or if you wish to track the movements of certain individuals, I can be of help." He let his gaze wander meaningfully around the study. The city can be treacherous, especially to new arrivals, let alone those who come with half a household. Ned locked eyes with him. "Are you implying my family might be in danger?" Littlefinger lifted his palms in mock innocence. "The Red Keep can be as safe or as perilous as one chooses. With careful alliances, one avoids many pitfalls. But with the wrong ones—" He let the sentence hang. "I want you to know I am a friend to House Tully, your lady wife's house. I was fostered at Riverrun, so I have a certain fondness for your wife's kin." Ned's voice hardened slightly. "You'll forgive me if I take time to decide which alliances to trust." Baelish's grin only widened. "Certainly. I wouldn't expect anything less from the man who helped defeat the Targaryens. Just remember that in King's Landing, information can be worth more than gold. When the time comes, I'll be here." With that, he bowed, perhaps ironically, and took his leave. Ned exhaled, unsettled. Petyr Baelish was cunning, no doubt about that. He was also a man who had once dueled Brandon Stark for Catelyn's favor, back in their youth. All these old entanglements made for uncertain foundations. Yet Ned couldn't deny that having a man with Littlefinger's connections might prove useful, if handled carefully. Shaking off the disquiet, he turned to the desk, rummaging through the stack of parchments Jory had placed there earlier. One was a report from Maester Luwin in Winterfell, addressing some minor matters that had arisen in Ned's absence. Another was a message from White Harbor, pledging loyalty and sending well wishes for the new hand. Nothing pressing yet. The real storms would come later, once the various lords arrived for the tourney and the city swelled with restless knights eager for fame and coin. Ned's mind drifted to Sansa's betrothal again, the looming announcements, the uneasy sense that something was not quite right with Joffrey. He stood and gazed at the empty hearth. In Winterfell, the fires were a comfort against the cold. Here, maybe he would leave the fireplace unlit. The heat was thick enough. He felt sweat along his collar. Summer in King's Landing would be oppressive, and so might everything else. But he was Eddard Stark, and he would not falter. Too many people depended on him. That evening, Catelyn and he took a walk in the Red Keep's gardens after the children were settled. Lanterns glowed among manicured hedges and exotic blooms that thrived in the southern climate. They strolled slowly, arms linked, aware of a handful of guards trailing at a discreet distance. The sky was dark but clear, stars twinkling faintly against the light-polluted haze of the city. A perfume of night-blooming flowers clung to the air, mixing strangely with the city's underlying stench. Catelyn spoke in a hushed voice. "I wrote to Lisa to inform her we're in King's Landing, though I don't know if she'll answer. I worry for her, Ned." Up in the eyrie with only young Robert at her side. Ned nodded. "I worry too, but I can't force her to act otherwise. If only Jon Arryn." He trailed off. It still pained him that the former hand, who had been like a father to Ned, died under suspicious circumstances. Officially, it was said that Jon Arryn took ill, but Ned's instincts told him there might be more behind it. "If your suspicions about Jon Arryn's death are correct," Catelyn said quietly, "then we must tread carefully." He looked around, seeing only the flickering silhouettes of guards and the distant shapes of statuary. Still, he lowered his voice further. Yes, I need to look into it discreetly. Jon was investigating something before he died. Varys hinted so, in his own cryptic way. Catelyn squeezed his arm, her own breath quickened by anxiety. Do you think the Lannisters? He hesitated. I cannot say, but if Jon found something that threatened them, it would be enough motive. They are powerful. The Queen, Jaime, Tywin in the west. We must proceed with caution. Gather truth before we speak openly. I won't endanger our family by making accusations I cannot prove. She nodded, and for a time they walked in silence. The gardens rustled with a soft wind, and from somewhere in the distance came a faint strain of music from a court feast. Catelyn rested her head against Ned's shoulder. I miss home, she whispered. The children do as well, though they're trying to be brave. Ned's heart clenched. I do too, but we'll hold strong, Cat. Together, we will face whatever the South throws at us. They returned to the Tower of the Hand, each step accompanied by the knowledge that the days ahead would be no easier. His only solace was that they stood as a united pack, at least for now. If the Starks could keep their heads above the swirling tide of politics, perhaps they would not be drowned. The next days passed in a flurry of preparations. Servants draped new hangings in the Tower of the Hand. Sansa was ushered into the Queen's presence more often to discuss princessly comportment. Arya found ways to slip away from Septa Mordain, exploring corners of the Red, keep with a curiosity that sometimes bordered on recklessness. Robb and Jon spent hours in the training yards with various knights. Even Bran tried his hand at archery, though he spent more time gazing in wonder at the tall city walls. Rickon clung close to his mother or to Ned whenever possible, both fascinated and frightened by the newness of it all. Tensions bubbled in subtle ways. Once, Ned found a pair of the Lannister guards trying to bar Arya from entering a corridor that led toward the keep's library, claiming it was restricted. Arya had bristled and set Nymeria to growling, causing a minor stir. Ned had to step in and remind them that as the Hand's daughter, she was permitted to visit the library. The guards backed down, but the sneers on their faces lingered in Ned's memory. On another occasion, Joffrey strutted through the courtyard with a small retinue, and upon passing Jon and Robb, made a snide remark about the bastard and the pup. Robb nearly bristled into a fight, but Jon pulled him away with a warning look. Perhaps he recognized that any brawl with the prince would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, the small council required Ned's attention constantly. The arrangements for the grand tourney dominated every session. Costs spiraled upward each time. King Robert brushed aside any attempts to contain them, demanding lavish feasts and prizes. Littlefinger simply recorded the figures with calm detachment. Varys whispered about new arrivals to the city, knights from Dorne, from the Reach, even some rumored from beyond the Narrow Sea. Renly teased that half the realm would soon be camped at King's Landing's doorstep. Grand Maester Pycelle dozed through half the discussions. Robert, when present, mostly hammered his fist and insisted that the day be glorious. Every night, Ned collapsed into bed with a headache, and every morning, he rose with fresh determination to see it through. At last, the day arrived when Robert proclaimed the official betrothal of Prince Joffrey and Lady Sansa Stark at court. Ned and Catelyn stood beside Sansa in the throne room, the massive hall dominated by the Iron Throne's barbed silhouette. Courtiers thronged the floor in a hush. Joffrey stood by the king, wearing regal finery, a crimson doublet, a short golden cape clasped at the shoulder. Sansa, in a pale blue gown with silver thread, looked every inch the highborn lady, though her face was flushed with nerves. The queen presided at Robert's side, her own expression unreadable. King Robert boomed out the announcement, calling on the realm to celebrate this union between the crown and the north. Joffrey took Sansa's hand, slipping a betrothal ring of gold onto her finger. Applause rose through the hall, though Ned noted the slight stiffening of Cersei's lips. She smiled, but her eyes remained cold. Perhaps she disliked any arrangement that gave Sansa or the Starks too much status. Or perhaps she merely disliked anything she had not personally orchestrated to the last detail. The lords and ladies cheered. Some shouted compliments, praising the beauty of the new royal betrothed. Ned and Catelyn exchanged a glance, acknowledging that this step bound them tightly to the fate of the Iron Throne. Already, Ned felt the weight of it like a chain around his neck. In the swirl of southern politics, the Starks had pinned themselves to the Baratheon-Lannister alliance. Whether it would protect them or lead them to ruin, only time would tell. After the formalities, a small feast was held in a side hall, with wine and honeyed meats, minstrels playing tunes on lutes and flutes. Sansa and Joffrey sat at the high table with the king and queen, though Sansa looked hesitant each time Joffrey spoke to her. Arya, seated below, glared daggers at her sister's new betrothed. Robb and Jon both tried to mask their unease as they ate. Bran marveled at the carving on the walls, hardly touching his food. Rickon squirmed in his seat beside Catelyn, who kept a vigilant eye on everything. Ned sat near the king, forced to endure Robert's boisterous jokes about wedding nights and fathering heirs. Eventually, Ned excused himself, citing the need to check on matters of state. The truth was he needed air. He slipped out into the corridor, followed by a pair of Stark guards. The passage was cooler, quieter. For a moment, he pressed his hands to his temples, feeling the day's tension throbbing behind his eyes. Suddenly, Lord Varys was beside him, silent as a cat in those soft slippers of his. "My Lord Hand," Varys said in a hush. "I trust all is well with this grand union?" Ned studied the master of whisperers. "I suppose you would know better than I, my Lord Varys. The city's mood, the subtle shifts in the powers that be." Varys gave a tiny, courteous bow. "Oh, the city is aflutter. Some rejoice at the thought of a strong alliance. Others whisper that a northern bride may not suit the prince's temperament. There are always rumors, my lord. I bring them to your attention only if they have substance." Ned kept his voice level. "And do they?" The eunuch's expression was impossible to read. "Some say Prince Joffrey's nature is mercurial. The same is said of the Queen. House Lannister does not always relish losing control over matters they consider theirs. But you are the Hand, and the King's chosen friend. Doubtless you will hold your own. Is that all you wish to say?" Ned asked. Varys smiled thinly. "Only a reminder that I am at your disposal if you seek knowledge hidden from most eyes. Knowledge can protect, when used wisely." He bowed again, more deeply this time. "I will leave you to your evening, my lord." He glided away down the corridor, vanishing as swiftly as he'd arrived. Ned stood for a time, heart heavy. Here in King's Landing, alliances and conspiracies were woven as tightly as spider's silk. No wonder Robert grew weary of it all. But Ned dared not let weariness blind him. He owed it to his family, and to Jon Arryn's memory, to remain vigilant. After a few moments, he returned to the feast, adopting the cool composure of a lord. Sansa was dancing with Joffrey, who led her stiffly in a slow circle to the plucked strings of a harp. Arya picked at her food, glancing up occasionally with a frown. The queen chatted with a gathered group of ladies, sparing only a single glance at Ned. Robert was thoroughly occupied with wine. Ned found his seat, quietly exchanging a word with Catelyn. She slid her hand into his beneath the table. Her palm was warm, her grip sure. In that moment, it was enough to ground him. They had made their choice for good or ill. The die was cast. All the Starks were here, drawn into the machinations of the Iron Throne. If the gods were good, they would find a way to keep each other safe. If not, Ned pushed the thought aside. He would not let fear rule him. He was a Stark of Winterfell, and he would see this done. The feast ended late, and the next day began with more tasks for the Hand. Petitions to hear, judgments to pass, finances to review. Ned found himself longing for the simplest comforts of Winterfell. A walk in the Godswood, the sight of fresh snowfall. The Red Keep had no godswood worthy of the name, only a small garden with a single weirwood sapling stunted by southern heat. He made do, standing before that pale bark in the early mornings, eyes closed, recalling the hush of his own ancient grove. Days rolled into a week. The city swelled with new arrivals for the approaching tourney. Armored knights, hedge knights, free riders, heralds, and merchants crowded the streets. Taverns overflowed, and the gold cloaks struggled to keep order. A few brazen sellswords tested their luck in the alleys, and Peter Baelish whispered of some men disappearing into the shadowy corners of Flea Bottom. But amid the excitement, the Stark children faced their own challenges. Sansa was subjected to daily instructions on how to be a perfect princess consort. Arya's restlessness grew, and she pleaded with Ned to let her train openly with a sword. Catelyn sought to manage these tensions, reminding them all of the tightrope they walked. Robb and Jon tried to keep the younger siblings occupied, leading them on safe explorations of the keep or practicing archery in the yard. The direwolves drew stares wherever they went, though so far no violent incidents had occurred. One afternoon, Ned received word from Littlefinger that a certain armorer in the city might know something of Jon Arryn's last inquiries. Eager for answers, Ned made arrangements to visit the man, discreetly, taking only a small escort. It was one more thread in the tapestry of secrets. If what the armorer said shed any light on Jon Arryn's fate, it might unravel more than Ned bargained for. Yet he had to try. That same evening, an invitation arrived from the Queen, a private supper in her solar, to discuss royal family matters regarding the betrothal. Cersei's mannerly phrasing did nothing to soothe Ned's suspicions. Still, he could hardly refuse. The stage was set for the next round of Southern Games, and House Stark, together, would have to face them all. Yet for now, as the sun set beyond the rooftops of King's Landing, Ned paused in the tower's corridor and gazed upon his children gathered at the end of the hall. Sansa carefully brushed Lady, her direwolf, while Arya teased her sister about some trivial thing. Bran and Rickon sat cross-legged, playing with carved figures. Robb and Jon leaned against the wall, talking in low voices, the bond between them evident. Catelyn stood close by, a faint smile on her lips, though worry never strayed far from her eyes. It was a simple, domestic moment, like a flicker of hearth fire in the cold darkness of the keep. Ned let it warm him. Whatever storms might come, they were a family unbroken for now. And in that fact, he found the courage to face whatever the morrow would bring. He stepped forward and joined them, each turning to greet him with their own version of father, Ned, or a bright-eyed grin. The twilight shadows retreated, just a little, in that shared circle of belonging. Even here, in the city of daggers and secrets, the Starks stood as one. And so long as they stood together, Ned believed they had a fighting chance. Ned Stark rose with the dawn the next morning, his mind turning over the riddle of Jon Arryn's last days even before his feet touched the floor. The barest hints of sunrise glimmered through the Tower of the Hand's eastern windows, illuminating the tidy furniture and folded hangings that Catelyn had arranged. Though she still slept, Ned could already hear faint stirrings in the corridors, the footfalls of servants preparing for another day of ceaseless bustle in the Red Keep. He dressed in simple gray wool, strapped on a plain belt knife. He rarely wore ice except for ceremonial occasions, and made his way out. The air in the hall was warm, the stones retaining the heat from summer days that baked the city. Even the sunrise felt overly warm, lacking the bracing coolness of Winterfell's dawns. A pair of Stark guards nodded respectfully as he passed. A third guard, a man named Porther, fell in step behind Ned, providing silent escort. Before venturing to the armorer that Littlefinger had named, Ned wanted first to ensure his family was settled. He quietly looked in on the children's chambers. Sansa was likely still abed. She and Arya had argued the previous night about something trifling, some remark Arya made about the stupid southern dresses Sansa coveted. But eventually Catelyn had mediated. Perhaps both sisters slept late, exhausted by the tension. Farther down the hall, Ned could hear soft voices from within Robb and Jon's shared sitting room. He let them be. If they woke early to spar or talk, that was well enough. Perhaps they needed that brotherly bond more than ever. He descended to the entryway of the tower, stepping out into the courtyard, where the sky was streaked with rose and pale gold. The usual day's chaos had not yet begun, so the yard was nearly empty, save a few red keep servants going about their tasks. In the distance, stable hands stirred, and the faint nickers of horses drifted on the warm breeze. Littlefinger had told him, in hushed tones, that Jon Arryn had visited a certain master armorer more than once, questioning the man's apprentices. Varys had hinted at similar inquiries, something about the seed being strong. Ned intended to find out what that meant. If Jon Arryn had stumbled upon some secret about King Robert's bastards, or about the royal succession, it might explain his sudden death. It was not a thought Ned relished, but he had to know if foul play was involved. He left a brief word with Jory Castle, telling him to gather a small party to ride into the city. Jory would come, as would Porther and one or two others from Ned's guard, so they could arrive quietly without a king's procession. Ned did not want the entire court aware of his business. Littlefinger had offered to guide him personally. No matter how Ned felt about the man's sly grin, Petyr Baelish certainly knew King's Landing better than any northern lord. Half an hour later, Ned found himself standing near the Red Keep stables, adjusting the bridle of his horse. Petyr Baelish appeared in a swirl of fine clothing, gray linen, embroidered with that mockingbird sigil at the breast. Jory, Porther, and Desmond, another loyal guard, were mounted and ready. An early start, Littlefinger said lightly, swinging up onto his own mount. How very uncourtly. You'll spoil the local custom of sleeping off the previous night's wine until midday. Ned did not grace that with a smile. The quicker we learn what Jon Arryn was investigating, the better. Indeed. Follow me then, if you please. The city streets can become a labyrinth this time of day. Market stalls popping up on every corner, fishmongers shouting about their catches, pickpockets eyeing every purse. But I know a path that'll take us there with minimal fuss. They set off through the gates, greeted by a swirl of morning smells. Baking bread, hot horse dung, the tang of sea air mingled with alley rot. King's Landing was truly alive at dawn, the cobbled streets beginning to fill with vendors, tradesmen, and hawkers. Ned noticed the city's swelling population. The upcoming tourney had lured hundreds more from across the realm. The roads near the Fishmonger Square were crowded with wagons, donkey carts, and foot traffic. Already, an undercurrent of tension simmered. Knights with bright sigils riding warhorses too large for narrow lanes. Small folk darting aside to avoid hoof and spur. City guards occasionally barking at a brawl. Everywhere, the heat pressed down like a smothering blanket. Littlefinger guided them skillfully, threading through a winding lane that bypassed the worst tangles. Here, the buildings rose tall and tight, shutters thrown open to catch any hint of breeze. Street urchins darted between puddles, calling out for a copper. Ned kept a firm hand on his horse's reins, warily eyeing corners where shadows loomed. Jory and the other guards stayed close. At last, they emerged onto a wider street near the Street of Steel, where the city's best smiths and armorers plied their trade. Sparks glinted from forges behind open shutters, and the clang of hammers rang out in discordant chorus. Littlefinger led them to a modest-looking shop with a sign bearing a simple helm. The door stood ajar, releasing a wave of heat tinged with metal. Ned dismounted, handing the reins to Jory, and proceeded inside with Petyr at his shoulder. The interior was cramped, the air thick with the scent of molten iron and charcoal. A black-bearded man, tall, broad-shouldered, pounded a glowing bar of steel on an anvil. Hearing them enter, he looked up, pushing sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "Be right with you," he grunted, plunging the steel into a trough of water. Steam hissed upward. Littlefinger stepped forward, smiling disarmingly. "Master Tobo Mott, isn't it? I trust business is flourishing with the tourney at hand." The smith's shrewd eyes flicked over Petyr, then over Ned's attire, noticing the direwolf sigil pinned at his collar. His expression shifted from cautious to deferential. "Aye, my lord, we've had many orders. I hardly sleep these days, but if there's something specific you need for the hand, or for any of his kin, I'll do my best. Name your preference. Sword, armor, dagger. I craft them all." "I'm not here to place an order," Ned said, cutting through the pleasantries. "I've come seeking knowledge." I was told Lord Jon Arryn, the late hand, visited you before his death. Several times, in fact. At the mention of Jon Arryn, the smith's face shadowed with what seemed genuine sadness. He nodded, leaning on the anvil. He did, Lord. He asked to see my apprentice, Gendry, a lad who helps me at the forge. Lord Arryn questioned him, looked him over, never quite said why. Ned exchanged a glance with Littlefinger, who looked on with mild interest. May I speak with the boy? Ned asked. Tobo Mott inclined his head. He's out back, fetching water. I'll fetch him in. He stepped through a back doorway, leaving Ned and Peter amid the haze of the forge. The rhythmic clang from nearby smiths never ceased. Ned felt his pulse quicken as he wondered why Jon Arryn would take an interest in an armorer's apprentice. Was Gendry one of Robert's bastards, perhaps? He recalled rumors that Robert had fathered numerous baseborn children about the city. Jon Arryn's phrase, "The seed is strong," echoed in Ned's mind. Could it be that he had discovered some line of inheritance that threatened the legitimacy of the Queen's children? Presently, Tobo Mott returned, followed by a powerfully built youth of perhaps 15 or 16. Gendry had thick black hair, cut raggedly, and wore a leather apron over a homespun shirt. His face was smudged with soot, and his eyes were a startling deep blue. He moved with the kind of strength that came from long hours at the forge. Something about him, maybe the set of his jaw or the shape of his brow, reminded Ned of King Robert in his youth. "This is the boy," the smith said curtly. "Gendry, these lords want a word with you. Answer them truthfully." Gendry looked uncertain but squared his shoulders, gazing at Ned. "Lord," he said, bobbing a half-bow. "Is something wrong?" Ned cleared his throat, trying not to let pity slip into his voice. "No. I only wish to know what Lord Arryn asked of you. Can you recall his questions?" Gendry shrugged, eyes shifting. "He asked about my mother, if I knew her name, where she came from. I told him I never knew her. She died when I was little, or so Master Mott says. He asked if she had blonde hair or brown or black. Then he asked a lot about me, my age, if I'd ever had an education, if I was good at forging. And he looked me over like he was trying to see something in my face." The boy's eyebrows knit. He seemed sad, in a way, but also determined. Ned nodded slowly. "Did Lord Arryn say anything else?" "He said I looked like someone. Then he just smiled, sort of. Gave me a coin, gold it was, and said if I ever needed help to come see him. That was the last time I saw him alive." Ned believed he had his answer. The boy resembled Robert Baratheon. Black hair, blue eyes, a sturdy frame. There was no doubt Gendry was Robert's bastard. Jon Arryn must have been checking Robert's bastards, looking for common traits, perhaps comparing them to Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, who did not share the Baratheon black hair but instead carried Lannister gold. This might well be the secret that got Jon Arryn killed. If indeed the Queen's children were not Robert's true-born offspring, the entire throne rested on a false foundation. A wave of dread tightened Ned's chest. "I see," Ned said, his voice carefully neutral. "I thank you, lad. You have been a help." He glanced at Tobo Mott. "Take good care of this apprentice. He shows promise." The smith nodded, reading the finality in Ned's tone. With that, Ned and Littlefinger stepped back into the street, where Jory and the guards waited. Peter exhaled a soft whistle. "The boy has the look of the king in his younger days, wouldn't you say?" Ned gave him a sidelong glance. "You knew what we'd find here, didn't you?" Littlefinger spread his hands innocently. "I suspected. I do so love unraveling mysteries. So I merely pointed you in the right direction. Are you satisfied, Lord Stark?" Ned's mouth went dry. Satisfied is not the word. They mounted up. Ned signaled for them to return to the Red Keep. As they rode, he turned inward, trying to map his next step. He had to confirm the truth, that Joffrey was not Robert's son. If that was so, it would mean the crown heir was a fraud, and that knowledge would be lethal to the Queen's ambitions. Jon Arryn had discovered it, and Jon Arryn was dead. They reached the keep without incident. Littlefinger parted ways at the main gate, a roguish half-smile on his lips. "I'll leave you to consider what you've learned, my lord. If you ever need my counsel, you know where to find me." Jory and Porther accompanied Ned back into the Tower of the Hand, each man tense. Jory spoke quietly once they were inside a private antechamber. "My lord, whatever it is Lord Arryn was after, it's dangerous. If the Lannisters' suspect were poking around, they might respond in force." "I know," Ned said gravely. "Keep this close, Jory. Tell no one but me." Jory bowed. "As you command." Once alone, Ned removed his riding gloves and sank onto a wooden bench, pressing a hand to his forehead. The revelation felt like a sword's point pressing against his back. If Joffrey wasn't the rightful heir, then the entire realm was perched on the edge of chaos. Robert was Ned's friend, but Robert was also blind to many things. How would he react if told his children were not his own? Would he believe it? Could Ned even trust the king's reaction? Perhaps Robert would lash out in fury at Cersei, or perhaps doubt Ned for even suggesting such a monstrous accusation. Ned closed his eyes, grappling with the moral weight. If the Lannisters learned that Ned knew, they might strike preemptively. And his entire family was here within their reach. The thought of Sansa's betrothal to Joffrey, illegitimate by all the laws of the realm, seemed more horrifying by the moment. Yet if Ned bided his time, the damage only grew. He would have to move carefully, find proof that no one could refute. His head pounded. Still, the day's obligations would not relent. King Robert wanted him at a final planning session for the tourney. The Queen had invited Ned and Catelyn to supper that night in her solar. The notion of sitting face to face with Cersei, exchanging civil words, made Ned's stomach churn. With effort, he rose, splashed cold water on his face from a basin, and resolved that he would speak with Catelyn first. She was prudent and she understood the dangers. Then he would decide how best to approach Robert or whether to approach him at all. The path forward felt like a viper's nest at every step. He found Catelyn in the tower's airy sitting room, where the children sometimes gathered in the evenings. Morning light poured in the windows, illuminating the embroidered wall hangings and the scattered cushions. Catelyn stood near the windows, speaking in low tones with Sansa. When she saw Ned's face, her expression shifted to concern. "Sansa, darling," she murmured, "would you mind fetching Rickon and helping him with his letters?" Sansa, who had seemed subdued, curtsied to her father and left, skirts swishing quietly. Ned noticed the weariness in his daughter's eyes. Perhaps she was overwhelmed by the constant pressure from the Queen's circle. He'd speak to her later. For now, the matter of Gendry's parentage loomed too large. Once alone, Catelyn asked, "What is it, Ned?" He told her quietly about the visit to Tobomot's forge, about Gendry's resemblance to Robert, and about Jon Arryn's inquiries. The blood drained from her face. She took his arm, guiding him to sit beside her on a cushioned bench. "You are certain?" Ned nodded. "As certain as I can be without open tests. Gendry is Robert's. Jon Arryn must have realized the difference between Robert's bastards and the children who bear the Lannister traits. I fear that's what got him killed." Catelyn's hand shook slightly. "Ned, the implications. If Joffrey is not Robert's true son, then Cersei." She broke off, eyes widening. "This is treason, even speaking of it." "Truth can never be treason," Ned said softly, though a hollow feeling gnawed his gut. "Yet the Lannisters will not see it that way, nor will the Queen. If they suspect that I know, they'll try to silence me. Perhaps by any means necessary." He gazed at her. "And all of you are here with me." Catelyn gripped his hand. "Then we must protect ourselves. If this is true, Robert must be told. He is the king. He would not let harm come to you, not if he values your friendship. Robert values many things, but he also prizes his pleasures, his feasts, his hunts. He's grown complacent, I fear. Will he want to hear that his children are not his?" Ned shook his head. "The news could drive him to fury or to denial. There's no saying what he might do. Meanwhile, the Queen is cunning. She and Jaime and their father, Lord Tywin, command great power. If we move too rashly, she pressed her lips together, thinking, we could gather proof, letters to the north to your bannermen, so that if the worst comes, we can call upon them. But that would take time, weeks at best. We might not have weeks. The Lannisters could strike as soon as they suspect your knowledge. Ned stared at the embroidered pattern of a direwolf on the cushion. I made a choice to bring our children here. I'll not regret that choice, but I must ensure their safety. Perhaps we should make arrangements for them to leave. If danger grows too near, Catelyn looked stricken. Scatter them across the realm? Or send them all back to Winterfell? If we do, the Lannisters would surely notice. Ned said reluctantly. That would all but declare we're onto them. She exhaled, smoothing her gown with trembling fingers. For now, we keep this secret between us. We watch. We wait for the right moment. You'll gather any further proof you can. And if the chance arises to speak to Robert privately, gauge his reaction. But until then, we must pretend ignorance. Ned enclosed her hand in both of his. Yes, we keep the children close. I'll not make the first move. Let me see how the Queen behaves tonight at her private supper. Perhaps I'll glean something of her mood. Catelyn nodded. The resolution between them was silent but firm. They would not be the ones to strike openly, yet. Not until they knew more of the Queen's designs, and not until Ned found a way to approach Robert that wouldn't spark immediate disaster. That night came swiftly, bringing the dreaded supper in the Queen's solar. Catelyn and Ned dressed with care, mindful of the message their appearance would send. He wore a subdued gray doublet with the direwolf insignia, unadorned save for silver clasps. Catelyn chose a gown of deep blue, the Tully colors quietly woven into the trim. Together, they walked the corridors lined with crimson and gold banners, escorted by gold cloaks who had orders to deliver them to the Queen's private rooms. Cersei's solar proved both opulent and stifling. The walls were hung with Myrish tapestries in vibrant reds and greens, candlelight shimmering off polished mirrors. The windows were shuttered despite the heat, leaving the air perfumed and heavy. Queen Cersei stood near a small tableau laden with wine and sweetmeats, dressed in an emerald gown that accentuated the gold of her hair. Her expression was the picture of gracious hospitality. "My Lord Hand," she greeted Ned with a slight nod, then turned to Catelyn. "And Lady Stark, a pleasure to welcome you for a more intimate evening. The court feasts are so large, one rarely has time for truly civilized conversation." Ned bowed politely. "Your Grace, we appreciate the invitation." Servants appeared at a gesture from Cersei, bearing trays of spiced wine, grilled fish, and assorted southern delicacies. Catelyn accepted a goblet, while Ned took only a modest amount, not wanting the wine to dull his wits. The Queen then led them to sit on low-cushioned chairs by the hearth, where the fire was banked to a soft glow, barely needed in this sweltering climate. Cersei began with small talk, praise for Sansa's ladylike grace, a polite question about Arya's spirited nature, an inquiry into whether Bran and Rickon found the Red Keep too confining. Ned offered careful answers. Catelyn managed to smile, though tension coiled in her posture. When the meal was served, thin, fragrant soups and lemon cakes for a course, Cersei turned the conversation toward the upcoming tourney. "I hear the list of competitors grows daily," she said. "The city is beside itself with excitement. And with your daughter's recent betrothal, Lord Stark, there is much cause for celebration." Catelyn spoke before Ned could. "Yes, Your Grace. We hope the tourney goes smoothly. With so many knights in one place, there can be unforeseen tensions." Cersei's smile tightened. "Indeed, but my brother Jaime keeps the King's Guard in top form. And of course, the City Watch is under the command of loyal men. I have every confidence we will see no trouble, unless, of course, certain people invite it." Ned didn't miss the undertone in her remark, but he only inclined his head. "Tensions often arise in tourneys, but that's the King's domain. I'm sure Ser Jaime and the Gold Cloaks will handle any disturbances." For a moment, Cersei studied him over the rim of her goblet, as if trying to read some hidden secret in his eyes. Then she sipped her wine, her lips curving in a faint smile. Yes, the king. He has so many interests. Hunting, feasting, drinking. Sometimes I think the burdens of state trouble him only in passing. That leaves much to his hand to settle, does it not? It is my duty, Ned answered evenly. Duty. She tasted the word as though it amused her. You Starks place a heavy emphasis on it. And on loyalty. One must admire that simplicity. Here in King's Landing, we sometimes forget simpler virtues. We become entangled in complicated affairs. Ned felt Catelyn's hand brush his leg, her silent caution to keep calm. He forced a thin smile. The realm is large, and the Iron Throne demands careful governance. I hope to aid the king in that. Cersei's gaze drifted, a feline flicker. A pity Lord Oberyn could not continue. He was a good man, they say, so dedicated to the realm. His passing was most untimely. Ned's pulse quickened. He held her stare, searching for a hint of challenge. Untimely indeed, he said quietly. I still mourn him. The queen took another sip. Yes, such is our lot, to lose the strong and endure with the rest. Her tone was oddly distant. Then she waved a hand. Well, I won't dwell on such somber thoughts. Please eat. Enjoy. We shall leave heavier matters for another time. The supper continued, each course thick with tension rather than flavor. Cersei steered the talk to Sansa's betrothal, inquiring about wedding customs in the north. She offered a brittle brand of courtesy, but Ned could sense a simmering wariness beneath her poise, like a cat that knows another predator is near. Catelyn responded politely, deflecting prying questions with measured tact. Ned remained on guard, conscious that every word might be weighed. At last, when the meal ended and a light sweet wine was served, Cersei rose. This has been illuminating, she said, inclining her head. I trust we shall have many such evenings as the tourney approaches. Let us keep our families close, Lord Stark. For the sake of the realm. Ned and Catelyn rose in turn, bowing and curtsying. For the sake of the realm, your grace. They left under the watchful eye of the gold cloaks, who escorted them back to the Tower of the Hand. Neither Ned nor Catelyn spoke until they were safely behind closed doors in their private sitting room. There, Catelyn let out a long breath. She suspects something, doesn't she? Ned nodded, setting down his goblet. She does. Maybe not the full truth, but she knows I'm wary. She's warning us. A demonstration of power, subtle though it is. Catelyn sank onto a cushioned seat, looking drained. Then we must tread even more carefully. I'll keep the children under watch. They can't roam the castle alone if the queen is on edge. At least not until we have a plan. He crossed to her, taking her hand. In the flickering candlelight, he saw the fear in her eyes and felt it mirrored in his own chest. We stand as one, Ned said softly. No matter what, we'll protect them. We'll protect each other. She leaned her head against him, closing her eyes. I pray the gods hear you. Outside, the city's myriad lights twinkled in the darkness. On the morrow, the swirling chaos of the tourney preparations would continue, knights flooding in from every corner of the realm, each bearing his own ambitions. Sansa and Arya and Bran and Rickon would awaken to a new day in a southern world that felt increasingly treacherous. Robb and Jon would go to the yard, forging alliances or enmities with the men who came to joust and fight in the melee. And Cersei Lannister would watch as a cat watches mice, ready to pounce at any sign of weakness. Yet House Stark stood together, and so they had hope. If they moved with caution and wisdom, perhaps they could avoid the fate that had claimed Jon Arryn. Perhaps they could weather this southern storm. Ned pressed a kiss to Catelyn's temple, silently vowing that he would fight for them all, for the North, for his friend Robert, for the truth of Jon Arryn's death, and above all for the safety of the pack. Winter was coming, and though this was not the North, the chill of danger grew day by day. If the Starks could not stand firm in King's Landing, none of them would survive the days to come. King Robert Baratheon's royal summons traveled swiftly over land and sea, a clarion call that reverberated through the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, received the king's command to present himself at court in King's Landing without delay. Renly Baratheon was already in the capital, serving on the small council, but he, too, was urged to attend any gathering Ned Stark might host regarding the late Lord Arryn's affairs. The message, though couched in polite language, carried the weight of urgency, and, to Ned's reading, a certain tension that hinted at Robert's mounting frustration with secrets and half-truths swirling about the Red Keep. Ned's decision to encourage Robert to bring Stannis back to court had come after long, private deliberations. He had confided in Catelyn that Lord Stannis might well share what Jon Arryn had discovered before his death. Indeed, the rumors said Stannis and Jon had worked closely toward the end, investigating some troubling matter. With the uncomfortable knowledge that Gendry was Robert's bastard child, and that Robert's supposed heirs all wore the golden hair of House Lannister, Ned suspected that Stannis was on the verge of the same realization. Each day in King's Landing grew hotter and heavier, as if the city itself sweated under the burden of secrets. The courtyard of the Red Keep bustled with knights newly arrived to compete in the upcoming tourney. Vendors hawked wares just inside the walls: shining half-helms, flasks of sweet wine, ribbons in the colors of great houses. Arya would slip out to watch the swirl of activity whenever she could. She found the Juicer's practice enthralling, despite Septa Mordane's attempts to curb her curiosity. Sansa, in contrast, was embroiled in final fittings for the gown she would wear when presented alongside Prince Joffrey. And though Sansa's eyes sometimes sparkled at the prospect of dancing in the Hall of 100 Hearths, a subtle worry gnawed at her. She noticed the quiet tension in her father's face, the repeated hushes when she entered a room where adults were speaking. Robb and Jon, for their part, spent mornings in the practice yard, exchanging sword forms with knights from the Reach, the Westerlands, and the Crownlands. Bran and Rickon stuck close to Catelyn or to the other Stark guards in the Tower of the Hand, exploring only the safer sections of the keep. Each child felt the mounting pressure in different ways, but only Catelyn fully grasped the reason behind it. Ned had told her enough about Gendry's parentage, and about the dreadful implications swirling around the Queen, to keep her cautious. Weeks passed, and still no word from Stannis. The realm moved inexorably toward the tourney, and Robert's temper frayed by the day. He wanted Stannis at court, but Stannis did not come so quickly as commanded. Perhaps he was gathering ships, or locked in some private argument with his own garrison. Renly, trying to maintain an air of cheer, promised Ned that his elder brother would not dare ignore the king forever. At long last, a courier rode in through the city gates with news that Stannis's galleys had been sighted off the coast near Blackwater Bay. Word spread swiftly through the Red Keep that the stern Lord of Dragonstone would soon appear before the Iron Throne. Ned made ready for an audience, though with little enthusiasm. Robert, grown more irritable in the summer heat, expected the usual lavish ceremony to greet his brother. But Ned suspected that Robert's underlying mood was not truly celebratory. The day Stannis arrived dawned scorching hot, the sky a blue haze. Ned stood in the throne room beside Robert and Renly, the king's guard arrayed in white cloaks near the dais, Lannister men in gold and crimson around the perimeter. Cersei was notably absent, claiming some delicate matter required her attention. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, on the other hand, stood off to the side as royal children should, each with the golden look of House Lannister. Ned could not help glancing at them and recalling Gendry's broad shoulders and black hair, a legacy of true Baratheon blood. Then the great doors opened, admitting Lord Stannis Baratheon. He walked at a measured pace, clad in dark cloth emblazoned with the flaming heart of the Lord of Dragonstone. His face was a granite mask, square jaw, cold eyes, a perpetual scowl etched into his brow. Behind him strode a modest escort of soldiers bearing the crowned stag banner quartered with the fiery heart of Stannis' sigil. Stannis bowed stiffly to the Iron Throne. "Your Grace," he said, his voice even and firm, "I have come as you commanded." Robert forced a grin, though he clearly found little joy in it. "Brother, about time. By the gods, it's been too long. You missed the wedding feast for that brat in Lys. Who was it, a Redwine cousin? And half the feasts I've thrown this year. Come, let us not be strangers." Stannis' mouth twitched, as if trying to manage a semblance of courtesy. You know my duties on Dragonstone require attention, but I am here now as you desired." Ned could sense the undercurrent, the tension that only brothers with a long history of grudges can muster. Stannis and Robert were not close, not the way Ned and his own siblings had been once. Renly, standing to Robert's right, looked uneasy, but he hid it with a practiced smile. When the formalities ended, Robert dismissed the court with a careless wave. Joffrey cast Ned a disdainful glance before leaving with his siblings and the gold cloaks. The king's guard parted as well, until only Robert, Renly, Ned, and Stannis remained in the cavernous throne room. Even then, their voices echoed against the stone columns. "So," Robert began, descending the iron throne steps to approach Stannis. "You've heard of Jon Arryn's passing, I trust." Stannis inclined his head. "I have. The realm has lost a good man." Robert snorted. "We'll drink to him tonight, then set about catching up on old business, brother." He shot Ned a pointed look. "Our good friend Ned has been concerned about Jon Arryn's last days. Apparently, he was poking into things best left alone. There's some question of whether he was helped to his end." At that, Stannis's gaze flickered. He did not show shock so much as a grim acceptance, as if this was no great surprise. "Is that so, Lord Stark?" he asked. Ned nodded, stepping forward. "Jon Arryn was investigating matters around the city, visiting an armorer, speaking to certain people of low birth. I've pieced together a few clues, but I suspect you know more than I." Stannis was silent for a long moment, jaw tight. Finally, he said, "Jon Arryn was a father to me as well, after a fashion. He took me and Robert under his roof during the rebellion, taught me the burdens of leadership. He was no fool. If he suspected a threat to the crown, he'd have pursued it relentlessly. And if he died suddenly, that is no coincidence in my eyes." Robert groaned, pressing a hand to his temple. "Seven hells, you too, Stannis? Must we chase conspiracies at every turn?" Jon was an old man, always poring over ledgers and dull genealogies. Men like that can pass in their sleep without a knife at their throat. Stannis's lips flattened. "He was not that old, Your Grace, and he was robust, with a keen mind." Renly cleared his throat gently. "We all wish to honor Jon's memory. Perhaps the best way is to lay this to rest. If he was murdered, or if some foul play was at work, we must discover who is behind it." "Yes, yes," Robert said, voice weary. "But the tourney is upon us, and I have no taste for casting blame around without proof. Ned, you and Stannis can talk among yourselves if you like, but keep me out of it until you have something more than riddles." With that, Robert stalked off, presumably seeking wine or the company of his old war companions. Renly, left behind, exchanged a look with Ned and Stannis. He offered a half-apologetic shrug, then said, "We do have a small council meeting tomorrow. Might be wise if the three of us speak privately before then, away from prying ears." Stannis gave a curt nod. "Very well." Renly's gaze flicked to Ned. "Your tower, my lord, or do you prefer somewhere else?" "The Tower of the Hand," Ned said. "I can arrange privacy there." So it was settled. That evening, Ned waited until well after sunset, then had Jory and another trusted guard stand watch at the doors of the Tower of the Hand's great solar. He sent the children to their rooms, with Catelyn overseeing them, ensuring they would not stumble into this meeting and glean dangerous knowledge. The lamps in the solar were trimmed low, casting wavering light on the tapestries and the large wooden table set in the middle of the room. A pitcher of cool water stood on the sideboard. Ned suspected that Stannis, at least, would prefer a clear head for the discussion. At last, Stannis arrived with a single man-at-arms, who remained outside. Renly arrived soon after, wearing a green velvet doublet and a wary smile. Ned gestured them to the table, where they took seats facing each other. "I suppose we're here to speak of matters the king would prefer not to hear," Renly said lightly, though tension laced his voice. Stannis folded his hands. "If the truth threatens the king's peace of mind, that is unfortunate. But we cannot let it rest." He glanced at Ned, who felt the brunt of that stern gaze. "You were Jon Arryn's successor as Hand, Lord Stark. You must carry on his work. Ned inclined his head. I've tried. All I know thus far is that Jon was seeking out King Robert's bastards. At least one, a boy named Gendry, apprentice to a smith. Jon asked about the boy's mother. He seemed intent on establishing something about the Baratheon bloodline. Renly's brow furrowed. Why would that lead to murder? Stannis's expression darkened. You know how these things go. If someone believed Jon Arryn was uncovering a secret that threatened the throne, they'd have cause to silence him. Ned measured his words carefully. If the queen feared the knowledge might compromise her children's inheritance, he let that hang incomplete. Renly's eyes flicked over to him. What are you implying, Lord Stark? Stannis's voice was a rough rumble. He implies exactly what I suspect as well, that the queen's children may not be Robert's. That is what Jon Arryn's search among the bastards suggests. The bluntness of Stannis' statement made the air in the solar feel heavier. Renly looked startled, but not entirely dismissive. That is a grave accusation, an accusation of treason. How can we be sure? Ned pressed a hand to his temple. We cannot be sure yet. Jon Arryn died before he could act. But the differences are striking if one looks close enough. Renly slumped back in his chair. Gods? He stared at the table, then rose and paced. If that's true, if Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are not Robert's children, then the entire succession is a lie. That would shatter the realm. Stannis' jaw clenched. A lie cannot hold the realm together forever. Better that the truth come out, if we can prove it. Ned exhaled slowly. We're close to the truth, but we have no solid proof that a raven's quill could put to parchment. The realm would demand evidence beyond rumor, and the Lannisters would not sit idle if they knew we were investigating. They would move quickly and violently to silence us. Renly nodded. We must be certain, or else we risk a war we may not be able to stop. Stannis drummed his fingers on the table, his face set in grim resolve. So we gather more proof. If Jon had any notes, any journals, or if he confided in Maester Pycelle, though that one is half asleep most days. Or perhaps Ser Hugh of the Vale might know something. I heard he was Jon's squire once. Ned had heard that name as well. Ser Hugh was raised to knighthood soon after Jon Arryn's passing. Suspicious timing, but I doubt he's the sort to volunteer secrets if he's been bought off. Renly paused in his pacing. There's also Pycelle's talk of how he tried to treat Jon Arryn with potions, that the sickness came on suddenly. Varys whispered that the man asked to see certain books about lineages, so perhaps the Red Keep's library might hold the same volumes Jon read. We can look for margin notes, anything that might indicate what he discovered. Stannis inclined his head. A good start. One of us should see those books soon, quietly, before the Queen's creatures remove or destroy them. Ned nodded. I'll do it. I'm the hand. I can claim it's part of my normal duties. If you two go poking around, it may raise suspicions. Renly sighed, walking back to the table. You'll have to hurry. The tourney starts in 3 days. The city will be in uproar, and the Queen will watch every corner. He sank into his seat. I never dreamed we'd face such a possibility, that our own sister-in-law would. He trailed off, looking pale. Stannis made a sharp gesture. My brother is blind to many things, especially when wine and women are involved. Perhaps it was easier for him not to see. The words hung in the lamplit air. Outside the solar, Ned could hear the distant murmur of the Red Keep's nighttime bustle. Servants moving supplies, gold cloaks patrolling the walls, muffled laughter from the common men in the yard. But within these walls, the tension was as taut as a drawn bowstring. Finally, Ned pushed his chair back. We should not linger. The Queen might have ears in every hallway. I'll begin searching for any records Jon Arryn consulted. Stannis, you might discreetly speak to anyone who saw him in his final days. Renly, if you can keep Robert occupied and watch the Queen's retinue, that would help. Renly mustered a shaky smile. We'll do our part, though Robert rarely listens to me. He dismisses me as the youngest, best used for feasts and tours. Stannis stood, face bleak. He'll listen enough if you keep the wine flowing. Robert is easily distracted by pleasures. Then he turned to Ned. Lord Stark, do you truly believe we can keep the children of your house safe? If it comes to confrontation, the Lannisters won't spare any Stark if they see an advantage in removing them from the board. A cold fist seemed to close around Ned's heart. I pray it does not come to that. But if it does, then I will send them away out of reach. Even if we must ride north. Stannis nodded grimly. Let us hope it does not come to that. Good night. He left without further ceremony, his boots echoing on the stone floor. Renly lingered just long enough to clasp Ned's shoulder in a gesture of uneasy camaraderie. We'll do what we must. Best if the realm never knows how close it came to chaos. Then he too departed. Ned stood alone in the solar, the lamplight dancing on the wall tapestries. He felt the same crushing sense of duty that had accompanied him all his life. Yet this was worse than any battle. In war, you knew your enemy's face and blade. Here, the blow could come from a whispered rumor or a goblet of hidden poison. Jon Arryn had died for less. If Ned was not careful, House Stark could follow. He took a moment to gather himself before stepping into the corridor, where Jory and Desmond waited. Each man silently studied Ned's face, gleaning the heaviness in his eyes. We're done here, Ned said quietly, and it's best we all find our beds. Post a guard outside the children's chambers, Jory. Double the watch. I'll not take chances. Aye, my lord. Jory bowed. Desmond nodded as well, each man understanding there was danger afoot. Ned climbed the stairs to the upper floors, passing each child's room. He glanced in on Rickon, who was sound asleep, clutching a carved direwolf toy. Bran dozed on his bed with Summer the direwolf curled protectively at his feet. He found Sansa's door ajar. Inside, he saw that Catelyn had coaxed Sansa to sleep with a gentle lullaby from the Riverlands. Arya, as ever, had insisted on her own chamber, but Ned peeked in to see her sprawled across her bed in a tangle of blankets, needlework abandoned on the table. Even at rest, her brow was furrowed, as if she dreamed of some unrest she could not name. Finally, Ned returned to his bedchamber, where Catelyn waited. She rose from a chair by the low-burning brazier, her hair unbound. "How did the meeting go?" she whispered, voice taut. Ned sank onto the edge of the bed. "They share my suspicions. Stannis is certain something foul happened to Jon Arryn. Renly sees the danger. We'll search the library tomorrow for whatever books Jon read before he died. The proof must be in those pages." She came to stand behind him, resting her hands on his shoulders. If the Queen suspects, she might remove the books first. Ned exhaled. "I'll go at first light, before the small council convenes. Perhaps we'll find something, or perhaps we're too late. But we have to try." Catelyn lowered her head, pressing her cheek against his hair. "The children. I've ordered extra guards posted. If we find any sign that the Lannisters intend violence, I'll not hesitate to put them on a ship for White Harbor, or even Bravos if we must." He looked up at her. "We'll keep them safe, Cat." She closed her eyes, nodding. "We must." They had no more words for it. The night stretched on, both of them too troubled to sleep deeply. Ned lay awake, visions flickering in his mind. The memory of Gendry's dark hair, the Queen's golden locks, the suspicion that Joffrey's parentage was not the only lie. If, and it was becoming a larger if with every day, the children were not Robert's, then they must have been fathered by Jaime Lannister. A swirl of images overcame him. The White Sword Tower, the smirk on Jaime's face, the day Bran had been found broken after his fall at Winterfell. For a moment, Ned felt a chill so profound it might have been a northern wind. But he forced the thought away. He needed actual proof, not wild conjecture. Yet the pieces formed a pattern too monstrous to ignore. When morning finally came, Ned rose with the first glimmer of light. He dressed swiftly, favoring a plain gray tunic and leather jerkin, then left the Tower of the Hand with only Jory and Desmond. The Red Keep's library was tucked away in a wing near Maester Pycelle's quarters. A long, vaulted chamber lined with shelves of scrolls, tomes, and genealogical records from the entire history of the realm. Ned entered quietly, taking note of the few scribes who toiled at desks, copying or translating texts. A musty odor of parchment and dust hung in the air. He saw no immediate sign of Lannister guards, though that did not mean there were not watchers about. Jory and Desmond remained at the doorway, keeping any onlookers at bay. One of the older scribes, blinking owlishly, approached. "My Lord Hand? Do you seek a particular volume?" "Yes," Ned replied. "I was told Lord Arryn spent time here studying lineages. In particular, the lineages and histories of the great houses or something akin. Can you show me the section?" The scribe bowed, then led Ned between shelves crammed with heavy tomes bound in leather. They smelled of age and disuse. He looked at several genealogies. "Yes, my lord. Let me see." He had these volumes out for some days. Then Lord Arryn returned them. Well, he asked me to hold them for him. Ned's pulse quickened. "Are they still here?" "Yes, up ahead. But as you can see, we have many copies. So I cannot be certain which he was perusing last. I believe he also asked for the book of the lineages of House Baratheon, though that's quite extensive." The scribe waved a hand toward a stack of weighty books on a side table. Ned dismissed the man politely, saying he would browse on his own. Then he began sifting through the tomes, scanning indexes, flipping carefully through pages. Many genealogies recorded the traits of each house, including hair color and eye color, especially for lords and ladies who had married across the 7 kingdoms. He found one volume focusing on House Baratheon, going back to Orys Baratheon's rumored Targaryen lineage. Another addressed the alliances with the Tullis and Arryns. The text was dense, filled with references to bannermen and side branches of families. Ned's eyes flicked over repeated mention of the Baratheon look. Black hair, strong jaw, robust frame. Page after page, child after child, generation after generation. He had the black hair. She had the black hair. The Baratheon seed was strong, so the saying went, rarely producing fair-haired offspring unless another trait was extremely dominant. Ned skimmed further, searching for anything that might mention the children of King Robert. But the genealogies were not that up-to-date. They ended decades before Robert was crowned. Jon Arryn must have cross-referenced these older patterns with something else, perhaps the knowledge of every bastard Robert had sired. That would highlight how all of Robert's known bastards were dark-haired, from the Vale to the Stormlands to King's Landing, all except the Queen's children, who were golden from head to toe. As Ned ran his finger down a final list, he caught a footnote referencing bastardy lines that still produced the black hair. It was consistent, unbroken. A cold certainty welled in him. He needed no further proof, not for himself, but for the realm, and for Robert he would have to compile something undeniable. Closing the book, Ned tucked it under his arm. The scribes watched him nervously, as if unsure whether they were allowed to question the hand's actions. Ned offered them a short nod and walked back toward the exit. Jory and Desmond fell in step, saying nothing as they read his grim expression. He made his way briskly back to the Tower of the Hand, the book pressed to his side. Before he climbed the stairs, he told Jory to keep the men on alert, and to send word to Lord Stannis and Lord Renly that he wished to see them privately again. But Jory hesitated. "My lord, the king has called for a small council meeting within the hour," he said. "He wants you there, no excuses." Ned sighed, glancing at the brightening sky. "Of course, summon me when it's time. Until then, this book stays in my solar under lock, and no one sees it but me." Jory bowed, and Ned continued inside. In the quiet of his study, he opened the volume again and reread the relevant passages, letting the truth sink like a stone in his gut. Jon Arryn's last words had reportedly been, "The seed is strong." The entire Baratheon bloodline hammered home that point. By all rights, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen should exhibit at least some trace of Baratheon coloring, if they were truly Roberts. Instead, they had golden hair, emerald eyes, the traits of House Lannister. He closed the book carefully, as if it might burst into flames in his hands. The final leap was not stated plainly on the page, but Ned had already all but deduced it. Jaime Lannister must be the father. It was the only explanation for 3 fair-haired children when Robert's bastards across Westeros all looked like him. Jon Arryn had uncovered this. He had died for it. A soft knock sounded at his study door. Ned quickly set the book in a chest by the desk and locked it before calling, "Enter." Catelyn slipped in, her face drawn. "Ned?" she asked in a whisper. "The small council meeting will begin soon. Are you well?" He looked at her, hating the burden he was about to share. "I found what Jon Arryn found. It's worse than we feared. The Queen's children." He let out a breath. "Not Robert's. Each fathered by Jaime Lannister." Her eyes widened in horror, hand pressing to her mouth. "Gods have mercy," she whispered. "Does King Robert know?" "No." And telling him without caution would be like lighting wildfire under the entire realm. If we go to him now, he might kill the Queen, or he might doubt us, or some horror I can't yet predict. I need to speak with Stannis, with Renly, with both. Perhaps we can approach Robert in a way that leads to minimal bloodshed. Catelyn's hand shook. "You think the Queen or her family might? They'd kill anyone who threatened their hold on the throne," Ned said gravely. "We must be prepared. If we move too slowly, we risk them learning we know. If we move too quickly, we risk plunging the realm into war. Jon Arryn tried to do this quietly, and they murdered him. We have to be smarter, and we have to keep the children safe." Catelyn closed her eyes briefly, steel in her voice when she opened them again. "Whatever you need, I will do. If we must flee in the night, so be it. If you need ravens sent to the north, to muster our bannermen for a retreat, or for a stand." Ned took her trembling hand. "I pray it won't come to that. For now, I'll keep this knowledge locked away until I see how we can handle Robert. If we can find a moment when he's sober and we have Stannis' support, perhaps we can present him with the evidence." He paused, dread creeping in again. "If he rejects the truth, the consequences will be dire." Catelyn bowed her head. "We must have faith that Robert will do what's right when shown the truth." But her voice betrayed little confidence. A knock sounded again, more insistent this time. Jory's voice came through the wood. "My Lord Hand, the king is waiting." Ned nodded to Catelyn. She squeezed his hand, and he stepped out into the corridor, bracing himself for another day of dissembling. The Lannisters might stand arrayed at the small council table, with their pretty masks of civility. The Queen herself might watch him from some high vantage, or from behind a lattice screen. He would have to hide his grim knowledge until the right moment. As he walked toward the council chambers, he caught sight of Arya darting ahead of him, her brown braid flying as she tried to slip past 2 Lannister guards with some story about needing to find a cat. Ned signaled for one of his own men to redirect her. He did not want her wandering the Red Keep alone with tensions rising. Meanwhile, Sansa would be with Septa Mordain, perhaps practicing her courtesies in preparation for the tourney's opening ceremonies. He could protect them for now, but for how long? Each step rang on the stone floor with a note of finality, as if the keep itself recognized the precipice he had reached. The city's rumors whispered in every corner, but no one yet spoke openly of the Queen's secret. If Ned Stark could find a path through this labyrinth, perhaps the Starks might leave King's Landing with heads still on their shoulders, and the realm might find its rightful heir. If he failed, war and bloodshed awaited. In that moment, as he pushed open the door to the small council chamber, Ned realized that Jon Arryn's final months had likely felt exactly the same. A scramble for truth in a city of predators, a quiet dread that every day might be his last. House Stark had braved many winters, but never one like the dark cunning of the South. He silently renewed his vow. He would not let Jon Arryn's death be in vain, nor would he abandon the innocent to the Lannisters' web of lies. One way or another, the truth would come out. If the lion bared its claws before Ned was ready, so be it. He would meet that threat as he had met all others, head held high, a sword in his hand if need be, for his family, for the realm, for honor. With that resolve, Ned took his seat at the council table beside Renly and Stannis, waiting for King Robert to arrive, the conspiracies swirling around them like a gathering storm. The hush of night settled over the Tower of the Hand, so absolute that it made Ned Stark's ragged breathing sound like a gale. He sat at the great wooden desk in his private solar, a single lantern casting tremulous light across the parchment before him. His fingers hovered over the quill, the black ink glistening ominously at the tip. The words he was about to commit to paper would change the fate of the North, and perhaps of all the Seven Kingdoms. His discovery of the Queen's incest still felt like a brand upon his thoughts. No matter how he tried to set it aside, he could not. Over the last few days, the final pieces had settled into place with frightening clarity. The Queen's 3 royal children, all of them blonde, bearing the unmistakable stamp of House Lannister, where Baratheon Black should have reigned. Jaime Lannister's presence, always near the Queen, always watchful, and the knowledge that Jon Arryn had pursued these same conclusions. He had died for them. Ned had not told King Robert. He dared not. The mere idea of Robert's reaction, a man as fierce as he was jovial, made Ned's stomach knot. Even if Robert believed him at once, his response might be a bloodbath. And if Robert did not believe it, that might be worse. Ned had to gather strength, men enough to protect his family from whatever direction the storm might break. So now he bent over his parchment in the solitude of his solar, quill scratching in short, furious strokes. To Ser Roderick Castle, in the name of Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North. Call the banners. Summon the vanguard. Gather every fighting man sworn to House Stark. Prepare them in the castle and at Moat Cailin. Let them stand ready to ride south. No explanation, no elaboration. Ned dared not commit the truth to the Raven's wings, not with the Lannister spies everywhere. But he had to warn Winterfell that danger loomed, and that all the North's strength might soon be needed. The letter was short enough to rouse suspicion among any who intercepted it, but not so obvious as to reveal the dire reason behind his call. He folded the parchment and sealed it with the direwolf of Stark, the wax imprint still warm under his thumb. At the door, 2 of his most trusted guards, Desmond and Jory, waited. "Have Maester Pylus send this by Raven immediately," Ned said quietly, pressing the sealed missive into Jory's hand. "Speak to no one else of its contents." Jory inclined his head, eyes reflecting the same silent tension Ned felt. "At once, my lord." When they were gone, Ned slumped at his desk, pressing the heels of his palms against his eyes. A swirl of images engulfed him. Sansa, betrothed to a boy who was not even the true heir. Arya prowling the corridors in search of cats, oblivious to the deadly politics around her. Bran, still wide-eyed at the wonders of the South. Rickon, too young to understand anything but the fear in his mother's voice. And Catelyn, so brave, so determined to hold them all together. He had told her little of the final, irrefutable proof he'd gathered, that the children were not Robert's but Jaime's. A part of him felt wretched at concealing even that small measure, but the less she knew of specifics, the safer she might be if questioned. Catelyn, reading the seriousness on his face, had not pressed for detail. She, too, wanted to preserve plausible deniability should the Queen's men corner her. They had come to an unspoken understanding. What Ned knew, truly knew, could not be put into words. Not yet. He sat there until his limbs grew stiff, the lamp burning low, the calls of distant gold cloaks drifting through the courtyard. Finally, he rose and slipped along the corridors to the bedchamber he shared with Catelyn. The guard outside bowed. Ned found her still awake, sitting at the edge of the bed in her night robe, eyes marked with worry. "Did you send it?" she asked quietly. He nodded. "Winterfell will know to stand ready." She exhaled, relief and dread mingling in her face. "If war comes." Ned closed the door behind him, hating how the very word made the walls seem to press in closer. "I pray it does not. But if Robert remains blind to the truth, or if he dismisses it, war may be inevitable." Catelyn's voice trembled. "The Queen has 1,000 swords at her back, and who knows how many the Lannisters can muster from the west. If your letter spurs the North to rally, if the Vale might stand with us." She paused, uncertain. "Could we truly hold the capital?" Ned shook his head grimly. "I do not know. Perhaps if the Tyrells and Renly stand with us, but that is no surety. So far, I've only gleaned that Renly is open to discussion. She looked at him with that incisive gaze she had. Are you certain you can trust him? He is the king's brother, yes, but also young, and he can be ambitious, or so I've heard. Ned managed a tired smile. He is, but in this I believe he sees the danger as well. Tomorrow or the day after, I mean to speak with him frankly and tell him everything. If we stand alone against the Lannisters, we are doomed. But if we have another great house behind us, House Tyrell perhaps, there might be hope. Catelyn's eyes shone with unshed tears, but her voice remained steady. Whatever you decide, I will support you. We are Starks, Ned, and we will not break. He drew her into his arms, letting the exhaustion slip away, if only for a moment. The next morning came with a stifling heat that felt more like midday. Ned made his way through the red keep's labyrinth of corridors, accompanied by Desmond and Porther, searching for Renly. He found the king's younger brother in a small arcade overlooking the sea, dressed in a light green tunic, sweat beading on his brow. Two of Renly's retainers, young knights from the Stormlands, stood nearby, conversing in low tones. Lord Stark, Renly greeted, mustering a cordial smile. I trust you've no fresh small council torments for me this early? Ned signaled his guards to remain a short distance away. I need a word alone, my lord. Renly studied Ned's face, then gestured for his retainers to withdraw. When they were out of earshot, he turned back. You look graver than usual, which I did not think possible. Ned took a breath. I have reason. You recall our conversation about Jon Arryn's suspicions, about the Queen's children. Renly's expression turned cautious, gaze flicking over Ned's shoulder to ensure no one else listened. Stannis and I agreed we needed more proof. Have you found it? Ned glanced at the open windows. The crash of the tide below sounded far too loud. I have. The children are not Robert's. The simplest, starkest way to put it. Their father is Jaime Lannister. Shock flared in Renly's eyes, followed by an odd resignation, as though some part of him had suspected it. By the Seven, he breathed. You are certain? Ned nodded. Certain as a man can be who still draws breath in the Red Keep. Jon Arryn was killed because he discovered it. The Queen and her brother would kill any who threatened their position. Renly let out a ragged exhale, turning to peer at the sea. This is treason, you know. Treason to even speak it. If the Lannisters discover we share it, we'll be as dead as Jon Arryn. Robert, gods, how could he not see it? Blindness can be comfortable, Ned said. He was so overjoyed to have children, never suspecting how they truly came to be, and the Queen deceived him easily enough. Silence stretched between them, punctuated by the rhythmic roar of waves. Finally, Renly's voice emerged low and shaken. What do we do? Ned spoke plainly, for there was no time to mince words. Telling Robert in his current state might lead him to do something rash, or he might even doubt me. If he reveals his suspicions publicly, the Queen's men, and her father, Tywin, could launch an immediate strike. We must be certain of our strength before we move. Renly's hand clenched on the stone balustrade. Robert is the rightful king, but if he is not prepared to confront the truth, or if he lashes out without sense. He closed his eyes. We must be ready to defend ourselves and the realm. The Lannisters would tear the city apart to keep hold of the throne. I've quietly sent word to the north, Ned said, keeping his voice pitched low. They'll be ready to ride if needed. But the north is far away, and mustering an army takes time. We need a southern alliance, someone with the power to oppose the west. House Tyrell is the greatest southern power, besides the Crownlands themselves. You have connections there. Loras is here in the capital for the tourney. Could you persuade his father, Mace Tyrell, to stand with us if it comes to that? Renly looked uneasy. House Tyrell has long vied for influence. Mace Tyrell sees himself as second only to House Lannister in wealth. He might relish an opportunity to increase his standing in the royal court, but if it's open rebellion against the Queen's blood, He'll want guarantees. He'll want me or you or Robert to promise him certain concessions. I can try to handle that. Loras might be the key. He's proud and vain, but also devoted to his family. He'd want to see them on the winning side. We need not strike yet, Ned said. Only ensure that if the blow falls, we will not stand alone. Renly gave a sharp nod. Very well. I'll reach out quietly to Loras and ascertain if he can bend his father's ear. And I have my own men in the Stormlands. They are sworn to Robert but loyal to me as well. The Queen has no cause to suspect them. If we must move quickly, at least they'll be near. A swift breeze ruffled Renly's hair, carrying the sea's brine into the stone arcade. Ned studied the younger man's face. There was fear there, and uncertainty, but also steel. No one else can know, Ned cautioned. Not Stannis. Not yet. Renly's brows rose. Why not Stannis? Ned's gaze strayed to the horizon, the great watery expanse that separated King's Landing from Dragonstone. He is Robert's elder brother, rightful heir if the king has no trueborn children. That makes him an immediate rival to the Queen's line. If Stannis starts gathering men, the Lannisters will see it as a direct threat and move sooner. We cannot risk that. Then he remains in the dark, Renly agreed, though his tone carried a note of regret. Stannis is stubborn as a boulder, and he hates court intrigues. If he learns the full truth, he might confront Robert directly or demand the Iron Throne for himself if he believed Robert would cast aside the false heirs. We need caution, not confrontation. For the moment, they fell silent. Below, the sea thundered against the rocks. Ned realized how precariously they all stood. One sudden shift, and the entire royal line would be called into question. Bloodshed would erupt in every corner of the realm, with half the lords scrambling to pick a side. The Targaryen girl across the narrow sea might even see it as her chance to sail west with her Dothraki, if whispers of her marriage were true. The realm teetered on the edge of chaos. Speak to Loras in private, Ned said at last. Sound out how willing he might be to see House Tyrell move if needed. But do not speak of the Queen's secret. Let them think it's a matter of the hand and the king anticipating trouble from the west. If they ask why Robert is not leading, say he's testing loyalty from a distance. Anything. Just keep the truth sealed. Renly managed a small, humorless smile. You're taking to the Game of Thrones better than I expected, Lord Stark. Ned returned a dour look. I've no love for this game, but I love my family more than my honor. I'll do what I must. They parted on that note. Ned left through a side corridor, collecting his guards, who raised no questions about his meeting. The rest of the day was a blur of stifling tension. The small council convened to finalize the tourney schedule, with Robert grumbling about wanting more melee entrants, Cersei arching an eyebrow in mock boredom, Littlefinger smirking as he tabulated wagers. Stannis was present too, silent and stern, occasionally shooting Ned a look that said they had unfinished business. Ned kept his responses polite but distant, mindful that every syllable might draw the Queen's notice. In the gallery, Sansa and Arya were forced to wait as part of their courtly education. Though Arya clearly found it all tiresome, Ned could feel his daughter's eyes drifting to him, perhaps sensing his disquiet, but he could not reassure them. Not there, not then. After the meeting, Ned slipped away to walk the winding path through Maegor's Holdfast, a place many avoided, rumored to be thick with hidden passages. He made certain no one followed. Then he paused at a vantage point high above the courtyard, gazing down at the bustle. Lannister guards, Tyrell knights, the city watch, all jumbled in a swirl of bright cloaks and clanking armor. He tried to imagine what the courtyard might look like if a true fight broke out. Men hacking at one another, the banners of Stark and Tyrell arrayed against the Lion of Lannister, the gold cloaks uncertain who to obey. In his mind's eye, he saw Joffrey brandishing a sword while the Queen screamed commands. A child king, fathered by the Kingslayer, 7 hells, what a grotesque turn the realm had taken. When the sun started its descent, painting the city in red and orange, Ned returned to the Tower of the Hand. He found Catelyn waiting with Rickon on her lap, the boy half asleep. She met Ned's gaze, reading the turmoil etched in his face. He shook his head slightly, no real news yet, and she pressed her lips into a thin line, stroking Rickon's hair. They didn't speak. Words would only underline the fear. That evening, Ned took another chance and penned a second message for Winterfell. Ensure provisions are readied for a long march. Press the loyal houses to respond swiftly. Spread no rumor of war, but let them prepare quietly. He sealed this as well, dispatching it by Raven. The gloom in his heart grew heavier. He could not see a way to avert the clash if Robert refused to accept the truth or if the Queen learned Ned's intentions. The best he could do was ensure that when the blow fell, House Stark would not be caught unawares. A few days later, word reached Ned via one of Renly's discreet messengers that House Tyrell had responded favorably, or so Loras indicated. Though Mace Tyrell remained non-committal about open conflict, the Lord of Highgarden was not blind to the possibility of King Robert's mind turning against the Lannisters. Tyrell's swords might march, if there was a strong alliance to lead them. Renly would ensure it, or so he claimed. Still, Ned did nothing overt. He performed his duties as hand, hearing petitions, settling small disputes, preparing for the tourney's grand opening. He spoke politely with the Queen when forced, though each of her cool smiles felt like a silent threat. Jaime Lannister was not often present at courtly gatherings, perhaps stationed with the Kingsguard, but whenever Ned glimpsed him, that sardonic smirk on the Kingslayer's face made Ned's blood seethe. It was all Ned could do not to challenge him outright, to roar the truth in his face. But that would doom them all. At night, he lay awake, listening to Catelyn's breathing and the faint footsteps of guards outside. He had no illusions that the Lannisters would remain idle forever. A house so proud, so powerful, would sense a threat. All Ned could do was wait for Renly's secret preparations, for the slow gathering of Stark bannermen in the north. One day soon, a raven from Winterfell would arrive with confirmation that the vanguard marched south. The moment that missive came, Ned would know they were past the point of no return. But for now, life in the Red Keep continued in that hollow semblance of normalcy. Robert drank, hunted, and cursed the summer heat. The Queen entertained lords and ladies, receiving them in her airy solars. Joffrey strutted about, mocking Sansa's northern ways yet paying her just enough courtesy to avoid scandal. Arya practiced at sword forms behind the September's outer yard with a wooden stick, defying Septa Mordane's lectures. And the city itself seethed with rumor. Knights pouring in from every corner, merchants raising prices, small folk muttering about the cost of bread. Ned watched and waited, heart heavy with the knowledge of a monstrous secret. He told no one else. He could trust none but Catelyn and, at a measured distance, Renly. Even that might prove too wide a circle. Yet he had no choice. If the truth had any hope of emerging without the realm drowning in blood, House Stark could not stand alone. Still, the calm was but a trembling hush before the storm. Ned felt it in the very stones. He saw it in the flicker of the Queen's eyes, in the tension lining Robert's brow, in the idle shuffle of Lannister guards who seemed to watch the Tower of the Hand with increasing frequency. The time would come soon when this forced peace would shatter. And on that day, the banners of the North, the Stormlands under Renly, and the green roses of Highgarden might unite to challenge the golden lions who guarded the false heirs of the throne. But not yet. For now, Ned Stark kept his silence, sending only ravens north, and prayed to the old gods that they might see his children safe through the darkness to come. Renly Baratheon shut the door of his private chamber with shaking hands, the sound of the latch echoing off the stone walls. Even in his own quarters in King's Landing, with the door bolted and loyal guards posted, he could not rid himself of the sense that 1,000 unseen eyes followed him. Yet the moment had come. He could hesitate no longer. He sent one of his sworn knights to summon Ser Loras Tyrell. Shortly thereafter, Loras entered, expression guarded. He wore a modest doublet despite his usually impeccable taste in silks and velvets, and his eyes flicked around the dimly lit chamber. "My lord," he said quietly, inclining his head, "you summoned me. Is something amiss?" Renly only nodded, crossing to ensure the door was secure. "A great deal is amiss," he said in a hushed tone, turning to face Loras in the lantern light. And I can trust no one else with this. Loras's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward, lowering his voice. If there is trouble, I stand ready. Say the word. Renly exhaled, trying to order his thoughts. I am about to share something damning. If it spreads, we'd both be in mortal danger. Swear by the Seven that you will speak of it to no one unless I give leave. A flicker of confusion passed over Loras's face. Then sincerity. I so swear, he said, resting a hand lightly on the hilt of his sword. Renly took a steadying breath. Jon Arryn died under suspicious circumstances. Ned Stark has come to believe. He paused, wrestling with the words. He has discovered that the 3 royal children are not Baratheons at all. They are fathered by Jaime Lannister. If this is true, it invalidates the entire succession. Loras inhaled sharply. Gods, are you certain? That's treason to even whisper. Renly managed a grim nod. Ned Stark would not risk his life and his family's lives over a rumor. Jon Arryn was murdered for uncovering the same truth. House Lannister will do anything to keep the secret. We cannot let them continue on this path, but telling Robert directly may lead to chaos. Loras stared into Renly's face, color draining from his cheeks. What would you have me do? We must rally allies. The North is already mustering at Stark's call, quietly, but the Lannisters have near limitless gold. To stand a chance if this breaks into open conflict, House Tyrell's support is vital. Loras inclined his head, the lines of his face settling into resolve. Then we must speak to my father and to my grandmother. I can get you an audience with them, though you know they will have questions. Lord Mace has always coveted more influence at court, but he will not move blindly. And my grandmother, she sees every angle before it's even formed. Renly let out a trembling breath, relief stirring faintly in his chest. I was counting on that. Lady Olenna's mind is sharper than any sword in the realm. If she deems this cause worthy, the banners of the Reach will rally, though not openly at first. We must keep pretenses. Speak only of cooperation or joint drills with House Stark if rumors arise. They clasped forearms in a silent vow. The next morning, they departed King's Landing by the Rose Road under the guise of traveling for personal matters. No royal fanfare, only a small escort of guards sworn to Renly or Loras, men who could be trusted to speak of nothing they witnessed. They rode hard and fast, day blending into day as the countryside rolled beneath hoof and wheel. By the time the rich fields of the Reach unfurled around them, both men were worn from the long hours in the saddle, but the sight of verdant meadows, rippling farmland, and winding rivers lifted Loras's spirits. This was his homeland, lush under the summer sun, far more bountiful than the parched roads that led south of King's Landing. Highgarden came into view just after midday on the 4th day of travel, an elegant fortress rising above the Mander, its pale stone towers draped in greenery. Well-tended orchards and water gardens flanked the wide approach, and the outer walls hummed with the activity of soldiers, stable hands, and servants. Banners bearing the golden rose of House Tyrell snapped in the breeze, an ostentatious flourish that proclaimed the Tyrells' wealth and pride. Lord Mace Tyrell, flanked by a retinue of knights and stewards, greeted them in the main courtyard. Even from horseback, Renly could see Mace's beaming countenance. Pleased, no doubt, to host a royal brother and his famous knight son. Yet behind Mace's expansive smile lurked the keen interest of a man who always had an eye toward new alliances and increased influence. My Lord Renly, Mace boomed, arms spread wide. What an honor to welcome you home, Ser Loras. I trust the roads were safe. He beckoned them to dismount. Renly inclined his head politely, even as Loras swung down from his saddle. The roads were passable, my lord, but we are grateful to be in the Reach's embrace once more. Without delay, servants rushed forward to stable the horses and bring refreshments. Mace Tyrell puffed out his chest, boasting of Highgarden's recent expansions, of tournament training fields, of the bountiful harvest. Loras, for his part, made small conversation with a cordial smile but said nothing that hinted at deeper purpose. The real talk would be reserved for the inner halls. They were soon ushered into Highgarden's sunlit receiving room, a chamber draped with floral tapestries and heady with the scent of roses. Lady Olenna Tyrell, small in stature, eyes bright with wry intelligence, sat in a cushioned chair, her cane leaning against the armrest. Despite her advanced age, her presence had more gravity than Mace's entire retinue. As soon as the courtesies ended, Olenna waved off the attendants. "Oh, leave us be," she said tartly. "You can hover in the corridor if you must." Then she fixed Renly with a sharp look. "My grandson here says you have urgent matters. Trouble from the Lannisters, I gather." Renly's initial caution cracked in the face of Olenna's directness. He shot a glance at Loras. "It is best discussed in private, my lady." Mace Tyrell cleared his throat. "Certainly we can." "Good gods, Mace," Olenna scolded. "We know we're to talk behind closed doors. Stop stammering and close them already." With that, the Lord of Highgarden himself rose, waddling to the door and pulling it shut, leaving only Olenna, Mace, Renly, and Loras in the wide, airy chamber. Quiet stole over the room. Olenna's gaze flicked from Loras to Renly, as if measuring their resolve. "Now," she said crisply. "Out with it." Renly steeled himself. "House Lannister grows too bold, my lady. There is reason to believe King Robert's brood may not be his blood at all. Lord Stark, in his capacity as Hand, has gleaned certain truths that point to incest between Queen Cersei and her twin brother. Should that come to light, the realm would be in chaos." Mace Tyrell looked stunned, but Olenna merely pursed her lips. "Incest? Well, I'd call it monstrous, but nothing truly surprises me about those golden-haired devils. The question is what you intend, and how it involves my house." Renly kept his posture straight. "If the truth emerges, the Lannisters will fight to keep their hold on the throne. They'll not hesitate to strike at any who oppose them. Lord Stark has sent word north. The men of the north are massing to answer his call. But the north alone, and a handful of loyal Stormlanders, may not be enough if House Lannister rallies the west and secures the city watch." Mace opened and closed his mouth, as if searching for a response. Olenna, however, spoke swiftly. "So you wish to form an alliance between the Roses of Highgarden and the Wolves of Winterfell. You want our swords, our supplies, and, I imagine, our strategic position. In exchange for what?" Renly acknowledged the pointed question with a nod. "In exchange for a seat at the table when the dust settles, and the gratitude of the rightful king. Should Robert choose to disown the false heirs, the throne may pass to his next kin. Some might name Stannis. Some might name me. Regardless, House Tyrell would gain influence far exceeding what you have under Queen Cersei's regime." Mace Tyrell cleared his throat loudly. "We do not want open war if we can avoid it. A war would ravage the Reach, our harvests, our trade. War may come whether we wish it or not," said Renly, voice grim. "Queen Cersei will not stand idle once she suspects the truth. In the worst case, I fear we will see a full-scale conflict across the realm. If you side with the Lannisters, my lord, you stand against the North, and House Baratheon, if we choose to press the matter. But if you stand with us, we stand a chance to end this quickly, with minimal bloodshed." Olenna eyed Renly with a cool shrewdness. So you want all the Tyrell banners, readied at a moment's notice. And how exactly do you propose we hide such a move from the Lannisters' watchful eyes?" Loras bowed his head respectfully toward his grandmother. "We've thought of that, grandmother. Ned Stark, I suspect, is working under the guise of hosting northern training exercises or so. If we do likewise, claim we are conducting joint maneuvers with House Stark for some contrived reason, no one can accuse us of open rebellion." Mace looked dubiously at Olenna. "But the Lannisters are no fools. If our knights begin gathering in large numbers, they'll guess something is afoot." Olenna folded her hands, ignoring Mace's fretting. "We'll do what we do best. Spread the word that House Tyrell wishes to cultivate better relations with the North, especially given the upcoming tourney. We'll say it's all for some lavish demonstration in the future, a grand spectacle of knighthood, a festival of martial drills. We can claim we want to impress the king with our cooperation across regions. The naive will believe it, and the cunning may not dare challenge us without proof. That will buy us time." Renly allowed a slight, relieved smile. "Precisely, and as for proof that the children are bastards, it will soon be irrefutable. When that moment comes, we must be ready to show the realm a united front." Olenna sniffed. "Well, you have your cause, Lord Renly. You and my grandson. Let it be known that, officially, House Tyrell is merely strengthening ties with our northern neighbors. Unofficially," she tapped her cane on the floor, "we know what is truly at stake." Mace Tyrell coughed. "If the north is already marching, then we must send out ravens tonight. We'll gather our bannermen under the guise of drills, perhaps around Brightwater Keep, perhaps further upriver, so it looks less suspicious to Lannister eyes." Renly nodded. "Thank you, my lord. Your help may save the realm from a disastrous conflict." Olenna snorted. "Or at least ensure we're on the winning side, if conflict cannot be helped." They sealed the alliance in that rose-scented room. No pomp or flourish, only sober understanding of the risk. Loras clasped Renly's arm, relief coursing through him. The plan might yet fail, but at least they would not be standing alone when the storm of the Lannisters finally broke. Olenna wasted no time. She summoned her maids, dictating a series of letters that read, on the surface, like a simple courtesy. House Tyrell was hosting large-scale maneuvers to demonstrate the grandeur of its chivalry and hospitality, inviting various lords to witness or even participate. Anyone reading the letters would find them typical of Mace Tyrell's bombastic style, complete with flowery speeches praising friendship among the great houses. In truth, the wheels of war were turning. Highgarden's knights and soldiers would soon be mustering in the fields south of the Mander, training daily to maintain the ruse. Should the call go out, they would ride north or east in force. Meanwhile, in the north, Ned Stark's vanguard was already on the march, the first trickle of men from the smaller northern houses, building toward an avalanche of steel once the larger bannermen rallied. Though only a few ravens carried the true reason, rumor had it that the north was likewise engaged in joint drills with House Tyrell. Some lords might believe it, while others would see behind the curtain. But so long as the Lannisters lacked proof, they could not accuse the Tyrells or the Starks of open treason. By the close of day, the courtyard teemed with activity. Ravens launched toward every Tyrell bannerman, stable hands preparing horses, quartermasters taking fresh stock of spears, shields, and mail. To any casual observer, it might seem like overblown excitement for a set of elaborate practice fields and a friendly show of arms. Only those within Highgarden's walls that evening knew how grave the matter truly was. And for a moment, while servants delivered wine and the final rays of sunlight bathed the fortress in warm gold, Renly and Loras stood on a high balcony overlooking the gardens. Mace and Olenna had retired to dispatch more letters, leaving the two younger men momentarily alone. "We've taken a great risk," Loras murmured, gaze fixed on the horizon. "But I see no other way. The Lannisters will not relinquish their hold unless forced, and Ned Stark cannot stand alone." Renly rested a hand on Loras's shoulder. "Nor can I, if Robert refuses to see reason." He broke off, swallowing. "Better we be prepared. Your grandmother is a formidable ally. In her hands, this ruse may hold up long enough for us to gather real strength." From the lush gardens below, the fragrance of roses carried on the breeze, oddly incongruous with their talk of armies. Loras stood quietly for a moment, then turned, face set with resolve. "We will see it through." Renly's answering nod was solemn. Highgarden's bells chimed the hour, echoing across the orchard-laden hills. Morning would bring new challenges. More ravens, more half-truths, more men gathering steel. But for this brief night, they allowed themselves the smallest glimmer of hope that, united, House Tyrell and House Stark might avert the worst horrors of a civil war. The time of words was nearly over. The time of swords drew near. They turned from the balcony as a steward approached with fresh parchment for Olenna's continuing letters. In the flickering torchlight of Highgarden's corridors, Ser Loras Tyrell and Lord Renly Baratheon strode on, knowing that in the eyes of the realm they were arranging drills and spectacles of jousting. Yet the hush in their voices told a different story, a story of dangerous knowledge and secret alliances, and the first quiet march toward the darkest days Westeros had faced in years. They would not go beyond that truth tonight. The summer sun beat down upon the long line of marching men as two mighty armies converged on the fertile fields near Highgarden. Under the banner of cooperative drills, the northern host and the Tyrell levies had, in truth, combined into a force well over 100,000 strong. Ser Roderick Castle led the vanguard of Starks, hard-eyed northerners in greys and browns, the direwolf of House Stark snapping in the wind, while Lord Loras Tyrell rode at the head of the Tyrell cavalry, guiding them with fluid ease through the broad roads lined by rose bushes. At intervals, Lord Stannis Baratheon's men from Dragonstone melded in, fewer in number but stern and disciplined, sworn to his unyielding sense of duty. To any inquisitive eyes, it looked like an extravagant set of joint maneuvers. Lord Mace Tyrell had loudly declared that Highgarden stands ever ready to display its prowess, and thus invited the bold knights of the north and the honorable men of the crown to gather for a grand show of unity. The reality was darker. Clad in plate and mail, thousands of men marched with tension coiled in every muscle, knowing full well that at the first sign of an open breach between the Iron Throne and House Lannister, these drills could become a battlefield's front lines. As they wound their way southward, nearing the Kingswood, Ser Roderick Castle cast a wary eye toward the western horizon. "Damnable heat," he muttered to Stannis, who rode near him. "My lord, we do better with an autumn wind at our backs. But the gods give us no such favor." Stannis Baratheon's reply was curt. "Be thankful for the roads. Our men are tired, but they'll endure. We must keep up the pretense until Lord Stark sends word." No trace of humor touched his gravel-hard voice, only the practical acceptance of a man accustomed to adversity. A little to the rear, Loras Tyrell held his destrier to a measured pace. Now and then, he turned to check the ranks of Highgarden footmen. They tramped along with discipline enough. Lady Olenna had ordered them out en masse, accompanied by wagons heaped with supplies and practice targets, to maintain the illusion of an elaborate martial pageant. If anyone questioned the scale, House Tyrell blithely claimed it wanted to best its own legendary festivals, with which no one in the Reach could argue. The men camped each night under broad canopies that bore the Golden Rose and the Grey Direwolf, an unlikely pairing that raised eyebrows among some hedge knights in the Crownlands. Yet those who asked too many questions found no simple answers, only cryptic mentions of House Tyrell's hospitality or Stark Tyrell cooperation. And if that did not suffice, a pointed stare from Stannis Baratheon or Ser Roderick Castle tended to discourage further prying. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Eddard Stark toiled daily under the stifling heat of the capital. The Red Keep stood like a hive of unspoken tensions, the Queen's watchers lurking behind every tapestry, gold cloaks pacing restlessly, and new rumors swirling through the city's maze-like streets. The moment was not yet ripe to confront Queen Cersei, but the possibility of bloodshed cast a long shadow. If events took a sudden turn, Ned wanted his allies close. House Tyrell's muster within a day's ride of the city, the Northmen near the King's Road, and Stannis prepared to march at a moment's notice. One afternoon, in a shaded corner of the Red Keep's gardens, Ned received a discreet message from Varys, the Spider. The slip of parchment gave no details, only an invitation to meet in the hidden alcove by the Eastern Fountain. Ned, wary but aware that Varys's secrets often proved vital, made his way there, accompanied by 2 Stark guards, who waited at a distance. Varys stood in his soft slippers upon the grass, the warm air ruffling his silken robes. He bowed respectfully as Ned approached. "Lord Stark," he murmured, voice gentle as ever. "I must confess, I have watched the movements of certain lords with great curiosity. The city whispers of House Tyrell's lavish exercises, not to mention the northern host riding south. A million rumors swirl, and some are troubling." Ned inclined his head, keeping his face carefully neutral. "Rumors are the currency of King's Landing, Lord Varys. You specialize in them, I've heard." Varys offered a mild smile. "True enough. But it is not only about armies in the field. There are rumors of corruption within the City Watch, that certain influential men pay the gold cloaks to favor them, to keep ears closed and eyes blind. He paused delicately, scanning Ned's features. I have heard of Janis, the commander, taking bribes more brazenly than ever. It might be wise, my lord, to ensure the City Watch is led by someone reliable. If times grow heated, you'll want the gold cloaks on the side of justice, not coin. Ned frowned, feeling the weight of the spider's words. He knew well that Janis Slint, though the man often spelled it Janis, the correct name was seldom the point, had grown fat off bribes, but confronting him meant tangling with a nest of supporters. Still, the alternative was leaving a crucial force in the hands of a venal opportunist. Varys lowered his voice, each syllable as soft as a cat's step. If House Stark and its friends foresee any changes in the city's leadership, the gold cloaks might tip the balance. Janis has accepted gold from many corners. He might accept the lion's gold as well, if it suits him. Ned studied Varys's placid face. Why tell me this? The Master of Whisperers blinked innocently. I only serve the realm, my lord. A city so close to conflict should not be left in the hands of a man who would sell it to the highest bidder. Ned did not reply at once, but the decision took root in his mind. He would need to speak to Robert, though Robert would doubtless groan at the mention of scandal. Still, if Ned was to keep King's Landing from turning into a slaughterhouse the moment the Queen felt threatened, the City Watch must be led by someone honorable. 2 days later, in the Great Hall of the Red Keep, Ned made his move. King Robert lounged atop the Iron Throne, wincing at every shift. He detested the seat's sharp edges, though he wore the crown lightly in his thick hair. The court was in session, hearing petty grievances from local merchants, and Ned waited until the last complaint died away before he stepped forward. Your Grace, he said, voice carrying through the cavernous hall. I regret to inform you of grave misconduct among our gold cloaks. Multiple accusations of bribery and extortion point to the City Watch commander, Janis. I have gathered depositions from witnesses. He gestured to a sheaf of parchment in his hand, and I advise that he be dismissed forthwith. Robert slouched, rubbing his temples. Gods, Ned, must we do this now? The city's a pot ready to boil over. I don't need more trouble. The city is exactly why we cannot ignore it, Ned replied, subdued but firm. If corruption rots the City Watch, we risk chaos when we need stability most. Cersei Lannister was notably absent that day, off in her own quarters for reasons unknown. Her brother Jaime stood by the dais, arms folded, his pale eyes watching the spectacle with a faint sneer. Despite Robert's initial grumbling, Ned's insistence carried the day. The depositions had been prepared, the witnesses present. Though Robert would have preferred to leave the matter in murky silence, Ned, as Hand of the King, pressed forward. Soon enough, Janis was summoned before the Iron Throne, a toad-like man sweating under the Great Hall's relentless scrutiny. When confronted with testimony of bribes, silver stags in exchange for turning blind eyes to smuggling, hush money from certain illicit brothels, he turned red-faced, blustering, then pleaded innocence. Robert had precious little patience. He cast Ned an exasperated look. You see what you've done? Then roared at Janis. Enough of your sniveling. In the hush that followed, the king gave a dismissive snort. The hand seems set on your guilt. If half these charges are true, you deserve a flogging or worse. Janis tried to protest, eyes wild, but the gold cloaks, suddenly uncertain of their own commander, stepped forward. The King's Guard, too, hovered near. Now that Janis's corruption was exposed, no man wanted to defend him. Ned, maintaining a solemn expression, declared in a carrying voice, by the authority of the King and the Hand, Janis is hereby stripped of command and placed under arrest pending trial. The crowd stirred, but no one dared speak out. Robert, for all his reluctance, made no move to intervene. With a curt wave of his hand, he signaled the gold cloaks to haul Janis away. Thus ended the short, inglorious reign of Janis as commander of the City Watch. Yet a new vacancy loomed, and many expected the king or the queen to install some pliable favorite. Instead, Ned had already prepared a replacement. He petitioned Robert for an honorable man to lead. Robert, tired of the entire matter, waved off the choice. "Set whomever you like, Ned, so long as he isn't another crook." And so Ned announced Lord Beric Dondarrion as the new commander of the Gold Cloaks. Beric was young for so great a responsibility, but his reputation for fairness and courage was nearly unmatched, and he bore an old, respected name from the Dornish marches. He accepted the position with a solemn bow in the great hall, then stood straight in his fresh black and gold cloak, a quiet vow of dedication in his eyes. This unexpected appointment rippled through the court like a sudden gust of wind, unsettling those who thrived on whispered deals. Peter Baelish, Littlefinger, looked on from the sidelines, his face a mask of polite interest. Yet behind that veneer, impatience gnawed at him. For some time now, the usual channels of information he cultivated, paid informants in the City Watch, petty thieves in Flea Bottom, had run dry or grown cautious. The sweeping changes Ned initiated disrupted the flow of secrets and hush money. Every day that passed without new tidbits to manipulate put Littlefinger on edge, and he began to prowl the Red Keep's halls with half a smile, half a frown, uncertain where his next advantage might be found. That evening, the courtyard filled with low whispers of the day's events. Many gold cloaks murmured relief that Janis was gone, while others muttered fear of what new standards Lord Beric would impose. Ned, for his part, felt only a grim satisfaction. Corruption in the Watch was one less card for the Lannisters to exploit if open conflict broke. He took no joy in humiliating Janis, but the needs of the realm outweighed any man's comfort. He returned to the Tower of the Hand, mind seething with half-formed plans. A loyal City Watch commander was one more safeguard for the moment when House Tyrells drills, and the Northern muster became something far more. In the hush of his private solar, Ned Stark set aside his cloak, rubbed tired eyes, and recognized that events had reached a new threshold. The Queen would soon suspect deeper currents. Littlefinger was already growing restless, and out in the Kingswood, 100,000 men, Tyrell and Stark with Stannis in between, awaited only the faintest pretext to march upon King's Landing. Yet that march had not begun. Not yet. Ned Stark stood at one of the broad windows in the Tower of the Hand, gazing down into the courtyard where a column of fresh arrivals marched in neat ranks. At a glance, one might assume they were men of his household guard, reinforcements for the Stark's retinue in King's Landing. But Ned knew better. These were no mere guards, nor random volunteers from Winterfell's distant holdfasts. They were veterans of the vanguard, hardened northerners who had practiced the arts of war at Moat Cailin and along the treacherous mountain paths near the Vale. He had assembled them quietly under the guise of drills in the Kingswood, then brought them into the city under the king's own seal, claiming rising unrest among the small folk demanded a stronger hand. In truth, Ned hoped a show of force might dissuade the Lannisters or any other faction from testing House Stark's resolve. His heart twisted at the thought that it had come to this, stealthily massing troops in the capital. But after all he had learned, the secrets, the intrigues, the looming threat of open conflict, he could see little alternative. "Lord Stark," came a voice at his back. Jory Castle stood in the doorway, helm tucked under one arm. "The men have arrived at their billets." There were a few mutterings from the gold cloaks about so many soldiers, but your letters from the king's steward settled them. For now, at least. Ned nodded, turning from the window. "Good. Make certain the men keep discipline. If any brazen youth thinks to stir trouble in Flea Bottom or challenge the City Watch, we'll all pay for it." Jory gave a wry smile. Harry a seasoned lot, my lord. Grim, perhaps, but not reckless." He paused. "If I may speak freely?" Ned sighed. "Of course. You and I both know these numbers are more than needed to quell unrest. The gold cloaks aren't blind. Sooner or later, someone will wonder if we aim to occupy King's Landing." "They may wonder," Ned conceded, "but let them. For now, this city grows more precarious each day. The men remain a deterrent. We'll pray we never need to use them." Jory bowed and departed. Left alone, Ned felt the old, familiar ache of duty. House Stark had always stood as guardians of the North. Now it seemed their guardianship might extend into the heart of the realm, if the Lannisters or any other threat struck first. "Just a show," he told himself softly. "We're not here to conquer." But the tension in the air suggested otherwise. Outside, the last lines of Northerners, horses and supply carts, filed into place. Ned forced himself to go about the day's tasks. He had meetings to attend, letters to write, Catelyn to consult, the children to check on. Yet the sense that the city's calm hung by a thread would not leave him. Late that same afternoon, Robb Stark and Jon Snow left the Tower of the Hand together, eager for a moment of fresh air. They had spent much of the morning assisting with the new arrivals, directing men to their posts, delivering instructions from Ned. Now that a lull had come, they slipped out into the streets for a short walk, always accompanied by a pair of Stark guards. Though nearly men grown, the two did not yet have free rein in King's Landing. Too many hidden blades lurked behind false smiles. The city was sweltering, a haze of heat shimmering over cobblestones. Vendors shouted about fresh fruit or mulled wine. Street urchins darted between passing horses, and the smell of sun-warmed sewage mingled with roasting meats. Robb wrinkled his nose. "I'll never get used to this stench," he muttered. Jon gave a small, grim smile. "Better than the reek of a battlefield, I suppose. Or so they say." They made their way along an arterial street that led toward the market squares, exchanging polite nods with the occasional guard. The presence of two armed Stark soldiers behind them discouraged any petty thieves from approaching. Still, the city's mood felt tense, as if the small folk could sense that an undercurrent of danger ran beneath the surface. They had turned a corner near an old well, its stone sides worn smooth by generations of hands, when a figure in pristine white and gold stepped from a narrow byway. Jaime Lannister. His golden hair gleamed in the sun, face lightly shadowed with stubble that did nothing to diminish his arrogant handsomeness. He moved with a lazy, almost theatrical grace, wearing the Kingsguard's white cloak draped over gilded armor as though it were a cloak of pure vanity. Robb and Jon tensed instinctively, stepping aside so they would not block the so-called Kingslayer's path. Their guards stiffened as well, yet Jaime made no attempt to turn away. He glanced at them with a half-smile that carried neither warmth nor overt menace, just a casual superiority that set Robb's teeth on edge. "Well, well," Jaime said, voice smooth as silk. "A pair of wolf pups, out for a stroll in the lion's den. Where is your dear father? Off drilling your new soldiers, I take it." Jon clenched his jaw but said nothing. Robb forced himself to remain calm, though the sight of Jaime Lannister conjured memories of Bran's fall. Memories that had never fully healed in Robb's mind. "My father is about his duties," he said coolly. "Not that it concerns you, sir." Jaime's lips curved in an insouciant smile. "Many things concern me, perhaps you've heard. A man in my position has to keep a keen eye on interesting developments, like the North shipping hundreds of well-armed men into the city." His gaze flicked to their guards. "A curious move for mere city unrest." "Perhaps so," Jon answered, voice low. "But men in your position might do well to remember we are not so far from the rest of our company." Jaime chuckled. "A threat, is it?" He brushed an invisible speck of dust from his cloak. "I pray you find what you're looking for, little wolves, whatever it is, and try not to dirty up the city with your northern ways. I'd hate to see you come to an untimely end." With that, he strode off, white cloak swishing behind him. Neither Robb nor Jon said a word until Jaime had rounded the next corner. Then Robb let out a slow breath. "How I'd love to knock that smug grin from his face," he muttered. Jon's eyes were troubled. "He knows about Father's men. He wants us to know he's watching." One of the Stark guards cleared his throat. "No sense stirring a fight in the street, my lords. Shall we return to the tower?" But before they could answer, another voice interrupted from behind, smooth and mocking. My, you two look ready for a brawl. Should I summon the gold cloaks? Or perhaps we should find a ring and place wagers." They turned. Peter Baelish, called Littlefinger, stood with his head tilted, studying them in that way that suggested he could read more than a man's face. He wore a doublet of tailored gray velvet, a mockingbird pin at the collar. If Jaime's presence had been an open annoyance, Littlefinger's was a subtler threat. Robb managed a controlled nod. "Lord Baelish." Jon inclined his head as well. "We've no quarrel with you, my lord." Littlefinger offered a thin, knowing smile. "Of course not. I only wondered at your posture. So stiff." Then I saw Ser Jaime disappearing down the lane, and it all made sense. "We Lannister watchers must band together." He paused, letting his eyes dart between them. "Your father's men have caused quite the stir, you know. Some in the court wonder if House Stark means to guard King's Landing or occupy it." Jon met his gaze. "If men speak so freely, they should speak to Lord Stark himself. Our father's intentions are an open book. He protects the king's peace." Littlefinger's grin did not waver. "Indeed, peace such a fragile thing. But who am I to question 1,000 well-armed northerners venturing into the capital? Perhaps they come bearing casks of the North's finest ale to share with all." A mild shrug. "Either way, I am certain you and your father have everything under control." Robb's tone held an edge. "Exactly. Good day, my lord." With a slight bow, Littlefinger moved on, humming quietly. Even as he withdrew, his eyes flicked once more to their guards, as though cataloging faces. Then he blended into the crowd, a shadow among many, leaving Robb and Jon unsettled. Robb found that the tension in his shoulders hadn't eased since Jaime had appeared. "He suspects something," he said under his breath. "The way he speaks, it's as if he's testing us." Jon nodded grimly. "His words are too smooth. We should tell father." They set off back toward the Tower of the Hand, each mindful of 100 unseen watchers in the city around them, each aware that House Stark's position in King's Landing had become a tinderbox waiting for a spark. That same evening, Ned Stark was summoned to the royal docks. The heat of the day had subsided into a muggy twilight, the sky streaked with pink and purple. A handful of watchers murmured that a prominent party from Dorne was arriving, though they did not specify names. Dorne rarely stirred from its southern isolation unless prompted by grand events, like a royal tourney. Ned donned a simple gray doublet and a light cloak before making his way there, accompanied by a small honor guard. He found the docks bathed in torchlight, the reflection of fire dancing on the black waters of Blackwater Bay. Gulls swooped overhead, shrieking as they scavenged scraps. At the far pier, a long galley with Dornish markings rocked gently, its sails furled, the golden sun and spear sigil of House Martell visible on the prow. Ned stepped forward just as the gangplank lowered. City stewards and a few gold cloaks scurried to make a show of welcome. "A visitor for the tourney," they whispered. "One of Prince Doran's kin, or perhaps Prince Oberyn himself." Moments later, the Red Viper of Dorne emerged. Oberyn Martell, tall, lean, exuding confidence with every step, descended in a swirl of ochre and gold robes. His dark eyes sparkled with keen intelligence, and a thin mustache framed his sardonic mouth. He carried himself like a man fully aware of his own reputation. At his side walked a few loyal retainers from Dorne, each wearing the sun and spear crest. Ned advanced, remembering all too well that Oberyn Martell's hatred for House Lannister ran deep, rooted in old tragedies from the aftermath of Robert's rebellion, that, at least, might make him more inclined to support any threat to the Lannisters. But Oberyn was unpredictable, proud, and Ned did not need new complications in King's Landing. "My Lord Martell," Ned said, greeting him with a respectful bow. "Welcome to King's Landing. I trust the voyage was fair." Oberyn's dark eyes flicked over Ned, and a slight smile curved his lips. "As fair as can be with these southern storms. You must be Lord Eddard Stark, the King's Hand." He gave a shallow bow in return, though his gaze never left Ned's face. "I've looked forward to this tourney, though some say the real show here is not on the jousting field, but in the Red Keep's corridors." Ned forced a polite smile. "The city has its intrigues, yes, but I hope you find the jousting to your liking." Oberyn made a soft, almost purring sound. "We shall see." My brother, Prince Doran, remains in Sunspear, so I have full leave to act in House Martell's name. Dorne has old grievances, let us say, that might color our interactions with the crown. But I come in peace to celebrate, to compete. Perhaps to speak with you, Lord Hand. His directness set Ned on guard. I'm at your service, of course. I'll have the King's steward prepare quarters for you and your men in the Tower of the Sun or whichever lodging you prefer. Oberyn's faint smile grew. How gracious. I look forward to hearing news of the realm. So much talk of armies on the march, false heirs, and family secrets. One hardly knows what to believe. Ned's heart thudded. Rumors abound, my lord. Best judge for yourself once you've been in the city some days. Indeed, Oberyn murmured. He glanced behind him, gesturing for his retainers to bring a small trunk. But come, let us not linger on the docks. The water stinks of dead fish, and I'd rather begin my time in King's Landing with a decent cup of wine. Ned escorted him away from the pier, with a few gold cloaks trailing at a respectful distance. He explained that the Red Viper would have ample opportunities to show his skill in the lists if he so wished, though Oberyn quipped he might favor the melee, or even trial by combat if certain foes tested him. Ned carefully steered the conversation to safer ground. The changing weather, the variety of knights arriving from across Westeros. Yet he could not shake the feeling that Oberyn's presence was another piece on a crowded board. Dorne's resentment toward the Lannisters for what happened to Elia Martell and her children had never fully cooled. If the Queen suspected Oberyn had come with vengeance in mind, tensions would flare. If Oberyn learned the rumors of the Queen's children, that they were fathered by Jaime Lannister, he might see an opportunity to cut deeply. Another threat of war, or at least bloodshed, loomed. As they walked through the lamplit streets back toward the Red Keep, Oberyn's footfalls were silent, cat-like. Passers-by stopped to stare, some in curiosity, some in fear. Dornishmen were rare enough in the capital, and the Red Viper's reputation had preceded him. Poisons, whispered assassinations, a deadly skill with the spear. Even with the old hatred simmering, he strode calmly, as if the city's eyes on him were a mild curiosity. When they neared the gate, Ned gestured for a steward to lead Oberyn and his attendants to the assigned guest wing. You'll find refreshment awaiting you, and tomorrow the king may wish to greet you formally, Ned said. The tourney begins soon, so you've arrived in time to claim your place among the champions, if that pleases you. Thank you, Lord Stark, Oberyn said, inclining his head with that mocking courtesy. Dorne owes you a measure of courtesy as well, I suppose. After all, you and your family did not spill Martell blood during the rebellion, though others did. His gaze flicked meaningfully, suggesting the memory of Tywin Lannister's butchery in King's Landing. Then he gave a more genuine smile. I'll enjoy the city, I think. Something tells me this will not be a dull visit. Ned offered a final bow, then watched Oberyn vanish under an archway, Dornish men trailing behind with their trunk. Once they were gone, Ned drew a deep breath, wishing he could quell the roiling concerns in his mind. The Lannisters, the Tyrell, and northern hosts disguised as drills. Oberyn Martell's arrival, the Queen's potential awareness that House Stark was planning something. Nothing was simple, but he reminded himself that so far, no open conflict had broken out. The city still bustled along, oblivious to the knives hidden in every corner. If Ned could keep it that way until the moment he had proof enough to force the truth into daylight, preferably without a war, he might yet succeed. Still, as the torches flickered and a faint breeze from Blackwater Bay rustled his cloak, Ned Stark felt the intangible press of gathering forces. He wondered if the next dawn would see a fresh confrontation, or if the day of reckoning still lay ahead. For now, at least, he and Oberyn Martell had exchanged polite words rather than steel. The fragile dance continued, with every step leading closer to the edge. He walked back into the keep's interior, the hush of the night swallowing him. Beyond the fortress walls, the 1,000 men from the Kingswood, the northern vanguard, readied themselves in the city's outskirts. Robb and Jon, somewhere within these same walls, had confronted Jaime Lannister. And Oberyn Martell, a wild card if ever there was one, was now among them. The board was set, each piece in place. The only question remaining was who would make the first move. Ned Stark awoke to find King's Landing veiled in a soft gray haze. The fog had rolled in from Blackwater Bay overnight, muffling the morning hustle of dockside commerce and dulling the city's usual clamor. Across the rooftops, wisps curled and drifted in the hush, as though the city itself were stifling 1,000 secrets. From his window in the Tower of the Hand, Ned could barely make out the Red Keep's outer walls. The pale silhouette of the White Sword Tower loomed through the mist, while the rest of King's Landing sprawled in ghostly shapes below. If only it were a gentler world, he thought wearily, one in which a simple quiet morning might signify rest. Instead, the swirling mists only underscored how obscured everything had become. The alliances in flux, the threats lurking behind each corridor's turn, the sense that at any moment, a single spark might ignite all that tension into open conflict. But the war had not begun. Not yet. He dressed in subdued gray and pulled on a cloak of dark wool. At a servant's knock, he opened the chamber door to find Jory Castle waiting, brow furrowed. "My lord," Jory said. "Word from the docks. Another ship bearing Dornish colors arrived at dawn. No grand retinue, just a handful of Martell men. A reinforcement for Prince Oberyn, perhaps." Ned rubbed at the faint ache in his temple. He hadn't slept well. "Another cause for caution. We'll keep an eye on them. Oberyn's presence alone is like oil near a flame. The Queen can't be pleased he's come at all." "No, my lord. And there's more. Lord Stannis requests your presence at the King's Solar this morning. Says he has urgent matters to discuss before the small council meets." Ned felt an old tension coil in his chest. Stannis was seldom one for small talk, and when he summoned someone of his own accord, it was rarely trivial. "Very well. I'll speak with him as soon as may be. Tell him I'll come within the hour." Jory bowed and took his leave. Ned gathered a few parchments, notes of the latest reports from the drills outside the city, updates from Ser Roderick Castle and Loras Tyrell about the men camped in the Kingswood, and slipped them into a leather folio. Then he nodded to the 2 Stark guards posted at his door. "Stay alert," he said, though they needed no reminding. Tensions in the Red Keep had not eased since the arrival of so many Northern and Tyrell soldiers. If anything, eyes pried even more hungrily for signs of a storm of swords. He stepped into the corridors, the floor still cool beneath his boots despite the lingering heat in the air. A hush seemed to grip the Red Keep, as if even the servants felt wary. When Ned reached the broad staircase that led to the royal apartments, he spied a pair of Lannister guards wearing the crimson cloaks of Casterly Rock. They stood stiffly near an archway, their expressions carefully blank. Ned inclined his head in passing, but their eyes followed him. Ever since word got around that Ned had brought more than a token force into the city, the Lannisters had doubled their own guard presence. A game of watchers who might become soldiers if swords were drawn. At last, Ned came to the King's Solar, a modest but sunlit chamber overlooking the training yard. Maids had thrown the tall windows open, allowing the morning fog to drift inside in faint tendrils. Stannis Baratheon stood near a long wooden table, arms folded behind his back, a frown etched between his brows. His gaunt face and perpetual scowl were as familiar to Ned as the black coloring that marked House Baratheon's hair, though Stannis already showed a strand or two of silver at his temples. He was a man who wore duty like a second skin, rarely warmed by humor or easy fellowship. "My Lord Stannis," Ned greeted, stepping forward. "You wish to see me?" Stannis nodded curtly. "I, Lord Stark. Close the door, if you please." A plain command, quiet, but brooking no refusal. Ned obliged, shutting out the pale swirl of fog that swaddled the corridor. "Has something happened?" Stannis looked out the window, his profile hard. "I've just had a conversation with the king. He's restless, speaking of hunts and feasts, complaining about your men in the city. He wonders if we should celebrate the start of the tourney early, or if we might call it off altogether, given the tension." Ned let out a slow breath. Robert might call off the tourney? That seems unlike him, given how much he loves these events. Stannis made a clipped sound that was not quite a scoff. He's torn, I suppose. On one hand, he relishes the spectacle. On the other, he grumbles about the treasury, about the city's mood. Truth be told, he's unsettled by the presence of so many armed men from the north and the Reach. The Queen whispers in his ear that your drills are an excuse to intimidate him. He denies it, but I see the doubt working in his mind. So do you see what that means for us? Ned did. If Robert thinks the Tyrells and the Starks are massing forces to challenge him, he might lash out at the slightest provocation. Stannis turned, face grim. Exactly. And he might do it on the Queen's advice or even command, though he'd never frame it so crassly in public. The very reason we must be prepared is now the cause of the King's alarm. A heavy silence settled. Ned rubbed the back of his neck. We cannot disband the men now. If we do, the Lannisters might strike first. But we also can't appear to be doubling down. Is that what you wanted to discuss? Stannis nodded, stepping away from the window. Aye. You and I both suspect a confrontation is coming. Yet it hasn't come, and each passing day of stalemate only sharpens the city's fears. If we want to avoid open bloodshed, we may need a gesture to calm the King's mind. Ned considered. What sort of gesture? Perhaps you could send a small contingent, no more than 100 or so, back out of the city gates, a token to show your trust in the King. We'll spin it as you returning men to the drills in the Kingswood, or some such. In truth, we know the bulk of your force remains, but appearances might soothe Robert's temper. Ned frowned. The plan made sense, but he disliked peeling off any portion of his men. The Lannisters might see that as weakness. Let them see it as a sign that you aren't spoiling for a fight, said Stannis. We cannot let your fatherly caution lead to a tragedy, Eddard Stark. Your men are needed, but 1,000 is a large number in the city. The difference between 1,000 and 900 might be trifling to your cause, but it could appease the King enough to keep him from rash deeds. Ned exhaled slowly. I'll consider it. I'd prefer Robert confront me directly if he has concerns, but he's been avoiding a frank conversation. Whenever I seek him, he's either off hunting or carousing. Stannis's mouth tightened. That's Robert. He'd rather outrun problems than face them. You'll get no satisfaction there. Better to do what you must behind the scenes. He paused. In the meantime, keep watch on the Queen's motions. She's grown quiet, too quiet. I'd wager she's searching for new ways to protect her children, perhaps forging alliances in the Red Keep's shadows. Ned gave a curt nod. I'll remain vigilant. Thank you for bringing me this. With that, Stannis departed, leaving Ned alone in the hush of the King's solar. The bright sun might burn away the day's fog, but it could not clear the mists of intrigue that thickened by the hour. He leaned on the table, studying a half-finished map, someone's sketch of the city's wards and thoroughfares. The Red Keep glowered on its high hill, with lines showing the Gold Cloak's usual patrols. A swirl of possible maneuvers played through Ned's mind. He would not start a war, but if war came to him, that afternoon, the small council convened in the lofty council chamber near the royal apartments. Grand Maester Pycelle dozed in a seat to the side. Lord Renly fiddled with a signet ring, wearing a pensive expression. Peter Baelish leaned back in his chair, boots crossed at the ankle, as though perched on some private joke only he understood. Varys, in pastel robes, entered with quiet grace, bowing to Ned before taking a seat. At length, King Robert arrived. Late, hair still damp from whatever exertion he'd been at, perhaps sparring or else carousing. He looked flush-cheeked and somewhat sour. All right, he growled, settling heavily into the seat meant for the king. Let's get this done. Report on the city's woes or what have you, so I can do better things with my day. Varys began with talk of tensions in Flea Bottom, petty thefts, rumors that certain unscrupulous men still sold swords under the table. Peter Baelish chimed in with some quip about how a little black market commerce kept the city afloat. Robert waved them off impatiently. Renly attempted to raise the matter of the tourney's timeline, citing the confusion among traveling knights who had arrived early only to find the festivities still a week away. Robert rubbed his brow, muttering, "Let them wait. or let them go home if they're that impatient." Finally, Varys brought forth a sealed parchment. "My king, I have here a message from the Lady Olenna Tyrell, inquiring about the rumored cooperation between House Tyrell and House Stark. She claims to be quite curious if the crown endorses these drills in the Kingswood." Ned tensed. As if on cue, Robert shot him a dark look. "Well, Stark, you're the one who saw fit to bring an entire blasted army down to the capital. Did you and the Tyrells sign a damn treaty behind my back?" Ned kept his tone calm. "No, your grace. We maintain the fiction, if I may call it that we are practicing large-scale maneuvers in anticipation of any threat. There's no formal treaty. If Lady Olenna is sending you letters, perhaps she only wants to ensure you're not opposed to a bit of martial demonstration." Robert grunted. "She'd best not be planning any nonsense. I have no quarrel with the Tyrells. If she or that peacock Mace Tyrell are aiming to grab more land or favor in my domain, I'll show them how the Iron Throne deals with presumption." "So you have no intention of forbidding these combined exercises?" Renly asked carefully. "If so, we can respond politely to Lady Olenna. Assure her you appreciate the martial readiness of the realm." "Martial readiness? Ha!" Robert muttered. "Send her a message, yes. Let her know we appreciate nothing so much as seeing lords put their men through their paces, so long as they remember who is king." He glared around the table. "That's it. The matter is closed." Varys made a little bow and set the parchment aside. Peter Baelish gave Ned an inscrutable look, as though measuring how this exchange might feed his own ends. Robert turned to Ned. "And what of your new shipments of men? I see more northern faces about each day. You plan on garrisoning the entire city with wolves?" Ned's pulse quickened. "I requested reinforcements for the city watch, your grace, after rumors of unrest. We replaced Janis with Lord Beric Dondarrion, but the watch is still reforming. My men are trained, disciplined. A show of strength can deter criminals." "A show of strength?" Robert repeated, massaging the bridge of his nose. "You do as you will, Ned. You always have. Just see that I don't get word of your men harassing good city folk. And if I get one whiff of you planning to act against me—" Ned swallowed, voice steady. "I serve you and the realm, my king." Robert stared at him for a long moment, as if searching for hidden meaning. Then, with a sigh, he stood abruptly. "Enough. I've other concerns. Some missing stags from the treasury, and the queen prattling about new tapestries." He waved a dismissive hand. Council adjourned. He stomped out. The others followed suit in varied states of composure. Peter Baelish paused near Ned, voice low, a gleam in his eye. "We do put on quite a performance for his grace, do we not? All these soldiers, but no talk of war." He let out a thin chuckle. "I wonder how long the realm can keep up the charade." Ned offered a curt nod, not trusting himself to speak. Baelish gave a mocking half-bow and drifted away, no doubt ready to spin the day's events to his advantage. Renly caught Ned's eye, gave a faint shake of his head, and exited with the same pensive expression he'd worn all day. Varys lingered, offering Ned a polite smile that vanished too quickly. "Until next time, my lord," the spider said, voice almost tender. "I remain at your service. One might say the realm needs quiet watchers more than ever." With that, the chamber emptied. Ned stood alone, collecting his notes, feeling the tense quiet weigh on him. Robert's open suspicion, the Queen's silent machinations, none of it felt stable. But the war had not begun. At twilight, Ned took a detour through the Red Keep's gardens, seeking a moment of stillness. The usual warmth of King's Landing had turned into a balmy evening with sweet-smelling blossoms from the southern flora, though none of the lusciousness he might expect in Highgarden. He paused by a slender fountain that trickled into a shallow basin. Marble statues of rearing horses flanked the water, their surfaces chipped by years of use. He found Catelyn waiting there, half hidden behind a rose-laden trellis. She wore a simple gown of soft blue, her coppery hair braided loosely. She looked up with relief at the sight of him. "You're late," she said gently. "I was detained at the small council," Ned replied, stepping closer. He took her hands. Robert grows more suspicious by the day, or the Queen whispers in his ear to feed those doubts. Catelyn's gaze flickered with concern. Any closer to... She hesitated, mindful of the risk of speaking the Queen's secret aloud. You know, the final proofs? Ned shook his head. Not any closer than we were. But the moment we produce that knowledge, the realm could tear itself apart. There's talk that the tension in the city is already stifling trade, that certain lords plan to leave as soon as the tourney is done. Catelyn touched his cheek. We'll endure. We always do. But her voice held a faint tremor. I only worry for the children. Robb, Jon, Sansa, Arya. All of them are so restless. They sense something we're not telling them. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of her palm. I hate these secrets, but to keep them safe, secrecy is what we must maintain. Then, seeking a lighter thread, he asked, Have you heard from Sansa or Arya about the day's lessons? Catelyn sighed. Sansa is preparing for the tourney festivities in her own way. Dresses, courtesy, all that. Arya, as usual, wanders off. I've asked Jory to keep an eye on her. She's taking these rumors of war to heart, practicing with that wooden sword whenever she can. Ned's lips curved in a small, sad smile. She's a fierce spirit. I wish we had a safer time for it. Catelyn pulled him close, forehead to his shoulder. A hush fell, broken only by the trickle of water. The moment felt so fleeting in this den of intrigues. At length they drew apart, and Ned promised to speak with the children in the morning, offer what reassurance he could. He escorted her back to the Tower of the Hand, pausing often to greet passing servants or exchange short, tense nods with gold cloaks. The corridors had grown thick with watchers, each man uncertain who might prove friend or foe. By the time they retired to their chambers, night had fallen fully, and the faint hum of city noise drifted through the open window. Days slipped by in a crescendo of near clashes that never quite broke open. Jaime Lannister rode frequently through the streets, the Kingsguard cloak catching the sun, exchanging sharp words with the northern patrols who kept watch for thieves or cut purses. At the same time, men in Tyrell livery arrived at the city gates in small groups, supposedly to replenish supplies for the drills outside the walls. Lord Loras Tyrell often accompanied them, though he did not tarry at court. He would exchange a stiff greeting with any Lannister men, then promptly depart. In private, Ned received letters from Ser Roderick Castle, detailing how the combined Tyrell and Northern force maintained rigorous training regimens, archery practice, and staged battles. The men remained disciplined, though some bristled at waiting so close to the capital without real action. Meanwhile, Stannis' own men, camped at the fringes, watched with typical Baratheon sternness. The King's Landing rumor mill speculated incessantly. Would the king appear in the Kingswood for a grand review? Was House Stark pressing for some advantage in the city? The answers were never clear, fueling further gossip. Littlefinger hovered in the Red Keep's periphery, subtly prying for tidbits but finding Ned and his allies tight-lipped. His frustration was palpable. No easy secrets fell into his hands. With the gold cloaks now commanded by Lord Beric Dondarrion, a man of honor, many of Littlefinger's usual channels ran dry. Still, Ned would catch that mocking smile from time to time, as if Baelish only needed to bide his time for the perfect opening. Queen Cersei remained largely hidden behind the walls of her private apartments. She gave no outward sign of suspecting Ned's knowledge about her children's parentage, but her silence only deepened Ned's misgivings. Better she rail or threaten openly. This quiet might be the prelude to a cunning counterstroke. Joffrey strutted around in gold and red finery, sneering at any Northman he encountered, while Myrcella and Tommen stayed under the Queen's watchful eye. Whenever Ned caught a glimpse of them, he felt a pang. Innocence or not, those children were at the center of a monstrous lie. On the fourth day after Oberyn Martell's arrival, Ned found himself summoned to speak privately with the Red Viper. A young Dornish retainer delivered the message to the Tower of the Hand, requesting a midday audience in a modest antechamber near the docks. The note ended with an ambiguous line, "I have learned things worth discussing, my Lord Hand. Come or do not, as you like." The flamboyant swirl of Oberyn's signature seemed almost to smirk at Ned from the parchment. Ned weighed the matter for a moment, then decided to go. Though Oberyn was unpredictable, he was also a potential ally against the Lannisters, or at least an enemy of the Queen's family. More knowledge was rarely a bad thing. He took Jory and 2 other Stark guards with him, proceeding through the city's winding alleys until they reached a small building that overlooked a wharf with newly docked galleys from the Stormlands and Dorne alike. Inside the antechamber, a cramped but well-lit space, Oberyn stood by a narrow window. He wore a loose-fitting robe in red and gold, a simple belt at his hips. In the dim interior, the shine of his dark eyes was almost predatory. He nodded to Jory and the guards. "You can wait outside. I have no intention of murdering your lord." He arched a brow at Ned. "Unless, of course, you threaten me first." Ned gave a wary smile. "I've no intention of violence, Prince Oberyn. I'm here to listen." With a languid gesture, Oberyn indicated a small wooden bench. Ned stayed standing, preferring not to cede too much. Oberyn shrugged, turned away from the window. "You must forgive me my directness, Lord Stark. Dorne is seldom subtle in its passions. But I hear of large gatherings of men in the Kingswood, many of them sworn to you or to House Tyrell. House Martell wonders if an arrangement might be in the offing." Ned recalled how the Martells had reason to despise House Lannister for the murder of Elia Martell and her children at the end of Robert's rebellion. He regarded Oberyn evenly. "If we are practicing large-scale maneuvers, it is for the realm's protection. You know the city has grown restive. A show of force can dissuade opportunists." Oberyn sked. "My dear lord, you might save that line for the gullible. I suspect there is more afoot. The Lannisters are, how shall I say it, uneasy. They watch you, you watch them. Meanwhile, King Robert feigns ignorance or drowns it in wine. I have my suspicions that something deeper seethes in the capital." He smiled, revealing even white teeth. "I am not blind to the Queen's secrets." Ned's heart jolted. "What do you know?" "That's just it. I do not know enough, only that the Lannisters have many skeletons. Enough to explain your father's heightened caution." Oberyn's gaze sharpened. "If there is a plan to dethrone certain Lannisters from certain seats of power, House Martell might wish to be informed. We owe them a blood debt, after all. Our memory is long." Ned's pulse thumped. If Oberyn realized the Queen's children were illegitimate, no telling what chaos might ensue, especially if he took matters into his own hands. "We are not dethroning anyone," he said carefully. "No war has been declared." "No, not declared," Oberyn said, voice hushed. "But war often arrives unannounced. Should it come, Dorne will not weep for the downfall of Lannister might, especially if certain old wrongs can be avenged in the process." Ned measured his words. "Vengeance can lead to horrors that surpass the crimes that inspired it. I urge caution, Prince Oberyn." "Caution?" Oberyn's mouth twisted in a half-smile that bordered on mockery. "The Red Viper is nothing if not cautious, Lord Stark. I simply wanted you to know that should a storm break and you find yourself forced to, shall we say, resist the Lions of Casterly Rock, Dorne might be convinced not to stand idle." He tilted his head. "If approached with courtesy, and with consideration of old debts." A swirl of complicated feelings gripped Ned. The notion of adding the Martells to his alliances with the Tyrells and the North might shift the entire balance of Westeros. But any open mention of war would fan the very flames he labored to keep contained. "I hear your words, my lord," Ned said at last. "But as you said, no war has started. Let us pray it remains so." Oberyn studied him for a long moment, dark eyes assessing. "Of course, peace is such a lovely dream. Thank you for coming." He gestured, a courtesy. "Enjoy the rest of your day." Ned made a terse bow, left the chamber, and motioned for Jory and the guards to follow. Outside, sunlight glared off the water, and the city hummed with midday activity. As they walked back to the Tower of the Hand, Ned's mind churned. Oberyn's unsubtle offer of alliance left him queasy. The Martell's thirst for vengeance was legendary. If they joined the Tyrells and the North in any open battle, the realm could be battered beyond repair, especially if the crown tried to defend the queen's children. Yet, if the Lannisters struck first and King Robert took their side without question, no, he would not let it come to that. For all the tension, no swords had been drawn yet, and Ned would keep trying to preserve the peace until he had no choice. That was the duty set before him. But each day, more pieces lined up on the board. Martell, Tyrell, Stark, Baratheon, all overshadowed by the Gold Lion. It was a wonder the Red Keep's walls hadn't cracked from the strain. Night fell again, and the city glowed with scattered lanterns and torchlight. From the window of his solar, Ned watched the shimmering pinpoints fade into darkness. He wondered what watchers moved among those lights. Spies from the Queen, from Littlefinger, from Varys. He took a quill, drafting a short missive to Winterfell, reassuring them that he still served his hand, that no open conflict had erupted. All remains tense, but stable, he wrote, though in truth, that stability felt as fragile as spun glass. He paused, then added a note. Remain vigilant. Continue the muster. Send no more men south unless I command it. He sealed the parchment, pressing the direwolf stamp into hot wax. If the letter gave away his readiness, so be it. The North needed to know that the city was a tinderbox and that House Stark might call upon them at any moment. He did not want more of his men in King's Landing unless absolutely necessary. Stannis' suggestion rang in his head. Already he had decided to quietly send 100 back to the Kingswood in the next day or two, a show of good faith to Robert. A knock sounded, and he admitted Robb and Jon, each looking somewhat flushed. "Father," Robb said, straightening, "we finished looking over the new billets for the men you brought in. Their quarters are cramped, but they're making do." Jon inclined his head. "We heard from Jory that you might be sending some men back to the Kingswood. Is that true?" Ned studied them. 2 young men on the cusp of manhood, each tempered by the burdens that weighed on House Stark. "It is. Too many swords in the city only fans suspicion. The gold cloaks watch our every step. This gesture might allay the king's fears." Robb grimaced. "He shouldn't fear us if he trusts you. You're his friend and hand." "True," Ned said softly. "But King Robert has many advisors. Not all share the same aim as we do, and some might profit from sowing mistrust." Jon frowned, glancing at Robb. "We encountered Ser Jaime Lannister in the street a few days ago." He recounted the meeting, how Jaime had needled them about House Stark's presence. "He's spoiling for something, or at least wants to make us flinch." Ned's lips pressed into a grim line. "He is the Kingslayer. No doubt he prides himself on intimidation. You did well not to bite at his provocation." Robb nodded. "It took restraint. Jon kept me calm. But I worry he'll confront the men fathers placed in the city. If a scuffle breaks out, then do what you can to keep the peace," Ned said firmly. "Until there is no other choice, no swords drawn." They nodded, understanding that the war which brewed in the realm must stay contained, if at all possible. After a moment, Ned placed a hand on each of their shoulders. "We stand on a knife's edge. We do House Stark no service by letting pride or anger control us. You've both done well to stay measured." He exhaled, voice softening. "I'll not have you risk your lives in a street brawl. We need more than courage, we need wisdom now." Robb's gaze flickered with emotion, but he nodded. Jon too set his jaw. "Yes, father," they both said. In the days that followed, no war began. Yet the city pulsed with tension as thick as the summer heat. The massive host of Northerners and Tyrell men remained in the Kingswood, going through the motions of drills. Stannis' presence hovered, rarely overt but impossible to ignore. Oberyn Martell prowled the capital with dangerous curiosity, appearing at feasts or in training yards, often speaking with lords or ladies who had reason to resent the Lannisters. Jaime Lannister continued to swagger about, wearing the white cloak that Ned felt he had not earned, inquiring into the whereabouts of certain knights or sneering at the watchers on the city gates. Littlefinger smirked from the shadows, gathering scraps of rumor that he might spin into advantage. Varys padded through the corridors with soft, whispered suggestions that, if followed, might quell one fire only to spark another. Every morning, Ned rose to a new swirl of rumors. Every night, he lay awake wondering if the dawn would bring the clash he dreaded. Yet each time caution prevailed. The queen remained behind her closed doors, the king grumbled but did not strike, and the day passed in uneasy stalemate. On the exterior, the tourney drew closer, lords and ladies crowding the roads to see the spectacle. Gaily dressed knights filled taverns, stable yards, and roadside camps, some yearning to test their skill in the justs. Minstrels sang of chivalry, while pickpockets plied their trade among unsuspecting visitors. A hush of excitement buzzed among the small folk. "This will be a grand display," they said. Some even believed it might overshadow the famed tourney at Harrenhal decades prior. But those with sharper insight noticed the shadows behind the banners. "Tourney or not, something grave stirs," the older merchants muttered. Thus the realm teetered, day after day. Eddard Stark, Hand of the King, walked a narrow path through the Red Keep's labyrinthine passages, meeting whispers with calm, staving off confrontation with quiet steps. The war had not begun, but in the hush of King's Landing's fog-bound mornings and searing afternoons, all the players braced for a moment that might arrive any day or might never come at all. For now, each move remained political. Each alliance was spoken of in half-truths. Each new arrival offered courtesy and veiled threats in equal measure. The North, the Reach, Dorne, and the Crown, circling each other like wary beasts in tall grass. And at the center, House Stark and the knowledge that could upend the Iron Throne itself, if ever revealed. Yet that final confrontation lay still in the future. On the present day, the realm remained in precarious balance. No swords drawn, no horns of war sounded. Just a hush that even the roars of a city could not drown. A hush that seemed to say, "Not yet, but soon." Eddard Stark rose before the sun the next day, finding himself in that half-light where the city walls still slumbered, and the pink glow of dawn had not yet crept over the horizon. He pulled on a plain gray tunic, belted a shorter sword at his hip. Ice remained in its place of honor, seldom used except for ceremonial duties, and quietly left his bedchamber so as not to wake Catelyn. A pair of Stark guards stationed in the corridor, men he trusted with his life, inclined their heads respectfully as he passed. The torch sconces in the hallway sputtered with the last flickers of night's flame, and from some distant tower in the Red Keep, a bird's call echoed. The hush of early morning had its own weight, especially here in King's Landing. Ned walked softly, as though half fearing to stir the city's uneasy spirits. Each day felt heavier with the tension that had not yet erupted into violence but threatened always to do so. He found the courtyard nearly empty, save for a few yawning gold cloaks finishing their night watch. The sky overhead was a dusty gray, tinged at the edges with the faintest promise of sunrise. Ned breathed in, trying to catch any whiff of the ocean breeze that might cut through King's Landing's usual miasma of sewage and stale sweat. A slight tang of salt lingered in the air, but it was faint. He turned his steps toward the royal stables. News had reached him the previous evening of rumors about stolen horses from a stable in Flea Bottom. It sounded a trivial matter at first, but so many petty thefts had a way of turning ugly if left unchecked, especially amid a city so full of armies and agendas. When he arrived, the stable hands, thin, bleary youths who slept in a loft above the hay, murmured quick greetings. They led him to the far end of the stable, where a horse with a deep scratch along its flank stood restlessly in its stall. "My lord Hand," said an older man in a patched leather apron, stroking the beast's muzzle to soothe it. "This is the mare we recovered. She'd gone missing from a cart driver's stable in Flea Bottom 2 nights back. Then one of your Northmen found her wandering near the Gate of the Gods, half lame. Seems they took her but abandoned her when they saw the watch." Ned ran a hand along the mare's side, noting the scratch. "Likely saw the patrol and spooked. Have we any notion who the thieves were?" The man shook his head. "No, my lord, but there's talk it might be Sellswords lurking around. Or even some of these wandering knights come for the tourney. Some are less knightly than they claim." Ned frowned. I'll have my men and Lord Beric's gold cloaks investigate. If Selzwards think to profit from petty crime, we need to show them there's no profit here. He left instructions for the stable master to keep the mare safe, then departed. His next stop was the mews near the Tower of the Hand, to dispatch a note to Lord Beric about the matter. Already the day threatened to crowd with 1,000 tasks. If King Robert's city devolved into chaos, be it from petty theft or a spark of conflict between northern soldiers and Lannister loyalists, Ned would bear the blame. Yet that was precisely why he was Hand, to hold the realm together, or at least keep it from ripping at every seam. By the time he returned to the tower, the morning light had fully broken, painting the battlements in pale gold. In the corridor outside his solar, he heard a commotion of voices. Rob's, deeper than it used to be, and Sansa's, high-pitched with alarm. Ned quickened his pace. He stepped into his solar to find both Robb and Sansa there, along with Arya leaning against a side table, arms crossed, and 2 Stark guards standing uncertainly by. Catelyn was present as well, her face taut. "What's happened?" Ned asked, eyeing them each in turn. Sansa looked stricken, her cheeks blotched pink. "Father, there was a man, some wretched man, yelling in the courtyard about how the Northmen are devils. He said our men forced him out of a stall in the market. I only overheard bits, but it was so terrible," she faltered. "He used vile words." Catelyn touched Sansa's shoulder. "He was a half-drunk fool, apparently. Your brother was there." Robb, arms tense at his sides, stepped forward. Sansa's septa had brought her to see if the seamstress's cart was open. But there was that man, swaying in drink, cursing the Starks. I told him to watch his tongue. He spat on the ground and claimed that your 1,000 men keep him from earning coin, that they take what they want. I tried to calm him, but he kept on shouting. Robb exhaled hard. I told the gold cloaks and they dragged him off. No real harm done, but Sansa was frightened. Ned's gaze went from Robb's tense posture to Sansa's trembling hands. Though no real harm was done, such incidents could multiply quickly if resentment spread among the small folk. "All right," he said in a measured tone. "You did the right thing by telling the gold cloaks, Robb. As for you, Sansa, I'm sorry you had to hear such language. Are you well?" She nodded hastily, though tears brimmed in her eyes. "I'm fine," she said, voice small. "He just kept calling us wolves, cursing the North." Arya huffed from her spot near the table. "Better wolves than drunken swine," she muttered. Catelyn sent Arya a mild look of reproof, but Ned placed a hand on Arya's shoulder, understanding her anger. "We must keep our calm," he said softly. "Even in the face of insults, there's tension in the city. Some folk fear so many armed men. We cannot give them cause to hate us." Sansa looked down. "Yes, father." Robb squared his shoulders. "I only told him to watch his mouth, but I see how easily a spark can turn into a blaze." Ned nodded. "Precisely. Next time, direct the gold cloaks to handle it at once. We do not want to appear as bullies. The more swiftly we calm such disputes, the less chance for escalation." Catelyn squeezed Sansa's hand, then guided her to the door with a final murmur of reassurance. Arya followed, though she shot Ned a glance that said she would have happily dealt with the drunk if allowed. Robb lingered. Once the others left, Ned faced his eldest son. Robb had grown taller these last months, the first faint hint of a beard showing when the light caught his jaw. He had the look of a young man on the brink of adulthood, wanting to prove himself but unsure how best to do so. "Are you all right?" Ned asked quietly. Robb spread his hands. "Fine, just angry. Our men haven't harassed the small folk. We're paying for goods we need. But rumor spreads faster than truth, especially with so many new faces. The Queen's men might even be behind it, fomenting fear, turning the people against us." Ned considered that possibility and found it plausible enough. Perhaps, or perhaps it's just men seeking scapegoats for their woes. Either way, we must remain above reproach. If the people come to believe we are no better than Selzwards. He cut himself short. "You understand the stakes. Thank you for looking after your sister." Robb nodded, clearly unsettled but calmer. I'll be mindful." When Robb departed, Ned sank into the chair behind his desk. So many strains pressed against King's Landing. The arrival of Oberyn Martell, the veiled maneuvering of the Tyrells, the Queen's probable knowledge that Ned was onto her secret, the armies in the Kingswood. Now petty street disputes threatened to pile on. War had not begun, but each day felt like a test of how long a fragile peace could hold. Late that same morning, Ned ventured to the lesser hall where some of the Queen's attendants had gathered. He had heard that Cersei herself might preside over a minor hearing concerning a dispute between two wealthy merchants. Such trifling matters were normally beneath a queen's attention, but Cersei seemed to be making a show of it, perhaps to reinforce her position as an arbitrator. Ned wanted to see her manner firsthand, to glean what she was planning. He arrived to find a small but well-appointed hall draped in red velvet banners. The Queen sat on a tall-back chair, wearing a gown of pale gold that highlighted her hair. A handful of Lannister house guards stood discreetly at the perimeter, and around them milled courtiers and petitioners. As Ned entered, he felt the hush ripple through the crowd. Lannister loyalists turned to stare. A few half-bowed or offered polite nods. The Queen's green eyes flicked to him, revealed a flash of surprise, then returned to the merchant who was speaking. Ned remained near the back, arms folded in front of him as the merchant, a well-fed man with rings on each finger, bemoaned that his competitor had slandered him in front of a Tyroshi buyer, costing him a valuable contract. The competitor, a wiry woman in a rich yellow gown, insisted he was the one who resorted to false rumor and intimidation. Cersei listened, lips curved in a slight, uninterested smile, as though humoring children. After a brief back and forth, she waved a hand. "Enough. You are both importunate. This city is rife with gossip. I cannot chase every rumor through the streets. Provide evidence or hush." She shot them each a hard look. "I'll not waste more time. If your dispute remains unresolved, bring it before the handsmen who handle trade. Now go." The man started to protest, but the Queen gave him such a chill look that he fell silent, bowed, and shuffled off. The crowd murmured. Cersei beckoned for the next matter. No one stepped forward, apparently cowed, so she rose from her seat. Immediately, her Lannister guards closed in. Ned took that moment to move forward. "Your Grace," he said, offering a courteous bow. "I see you preside over the city's smaller complaints. May I speak with you a moment?" Her face betrayed no warmth. "Lord Stark." She drew out his title with a hint of dryness. "Of course, if you wish, walk with me." She descended from the dais, gesturing for the guards and attendants to remain behind. Then, in a rustle of gold skirts, she swept out into an adjoining corridor. Ned followed, ignoring the stares of the courtiers left behind. They moved through a hallway draped with Lannister reds. Cersei's footsteps were crisp on the stone. After a few moments of silence, she cast a sidelong look at Ned. "Your presence at that hearing, did you come to watch me pass trivial judgments or to glean the city's latest gossip?" Ned retained a formal composure. "I oversee the city's well-being as Hand of the King. When the Queen holds an open hearing, it's only fitting that I observe. Besides, I had hoped to ask if you might speak with the King about some concerns of mine." She stopped abruptly, turning to face him. Her green eyes flickered with something akin to amusement. "Ah yes, the King. You find him vexing, do you not? He seldom takes your counsel to heart, especially when it concerns your men in the city. He believes them a threat, though he won't say it outright." Ned's jaw tightened. "I have brought them only for the city's protection, as you well know. But if there is tension, perhaps you might speak to him, ease his doubts." She smiled, slow and cool. "Why would I do that? My father once taught me that an unbalanced man is easier to guide. And Robert is so easily swayed by those who comfort him. Perhaps, if you wish for me to whisper reassurance, you should reassure me in turn." "And how might I do that?" Ned asked, voice carefully flat. "By guaranteeing that these northern soldiers will not remain in the city indefinitely. By ensuring me that they will not hinder the gold cloaks, nor hamper my family's movements, nor cause incidents." Her gaze sharpened. I hear rumors of your men harassing small folk. Is that the message you wish to send? That the North asserts dominance here? Ned swallowed a surge of anger. We do nothing of the sort. If any man wearing the direwolf harasses the people, I'll see him punished. If you hear such rumors, bring them to me. Cersei's lips curved. Oh, I will. Never doubt it. She turned, taking a slow step forward. But know this. If you think King's Landing will bow to your fatherly care, you are mistaken. The throne belongs to Robert, and by marriage it is entwined with House Lannister. We rule this city. No show of force will change that. Ned remained still. I have no desire to supplant the king's authority. I serve him. So you say. She tilted her head, the gold of her hair catching the torchlight in the corridor. I wonder, Lord Stark, do you truly believe Robert sees you as a faithful friend? Or does he suspect that, like your men, you stand ready to challenge him if he displeases you? He and I have had words about your sudden martial presence. Ned tried to keep his tone diplomatic. I only ask that you believe me when I say no challenge is intended. The city is a tinderbox. We have the Martells and the Tyrells, and many others, arriving for the tourney, the small folk uneasy, the gold cloaks in flux after Janis was removed. A stiff wind might set the entire place alight. Yes, she murmured, but whether in agreement or idle reflection, Ned could not be sure. Her gaze flicked away, down the corridor that led to her private apartments. Then let us hope that wind does not blow from the north. She smiled again, a thin, sharp curve. I will speak with Robert, though I make no promises. Good day, Lord Stark. With that, she swept around a corner. Her guards stepped forward to follow, ignoring Ned entirely. For a long moment, Ned stood in that corridor, hearing only his own quiet breathing and the distant bustle of the Red Keep. He might have gleaned more from her if she were not so guarded, but at least she had not threatened him openly. She saw him as an adversary, of that he had no doubt. Yet still, the war did not begin. A small mercy, though no less unnerving. Late that afternoon, Ned found respite in the tower of the Hand's modest library. Books and records from the north mingled with ledgers on the crown's finances, genealogies, and the city's trade accounts. The shelves smelled of leather and dust, and sunlight streamed in through high windows, dust motes dancing in the beams. He had retreated there to peruse any updates on the city's daily reports and to see if the scribes had uncovered any sign of corruption that might remain after Janis Slynt's removal. He had only just begun scanning a parchment listing shipments of grain from the Reach when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Father! Turning, Ned saw Arya standing in the doorway, hands behind her back. Her hair was slightly disheveled, as if she had been running. She wore a simple linen tunic and breeches, unseemly for a highborn lady, but Ned had learned not to fight that battle too often. Arya, he raised an eyebrow. Should you not be at your needlework with Septa Mordain? Her lip curled. Needles dull. Besides, Septa Mordain fell asleep in her chair. She hasn't been sleeping well. She got a letter from her sister. Some business about a cousin's inheritance. Anyway, I left a note telling her I'd gone to find Mother. Ned resisted a smile. So you came here instead? She shrugged. I thought you might teach me something, or let me watch you. Anything but stitching lilies onto cloth. Her restless spirit reminded Ned so much of Lyanna. It was almost painful. I see, he said gently. He studied her for a moment, noting a small bruise on her forearm. Are you hurt? She followed his gaze and shook her head. It's just from practice with that wooden sword you gave me, the one I call Needle, for a joke. A ghost of a grin flickered across her lips. I was sparring with John. He accidentally knocked me on a crate. Ned sighed. Arya, you know your mother disapproves of such pursuits. Her defiance wavered slightly, replaced by an earnest look. I know, but, Father, the city feels wrong. Everyone is on edge. You told me once that we Starks must be able to defend ourselves. I only do a little practice, so I'm not useless if something happens. He considered her words, the ring of truth in them. The city was indeed on edge. Would it truly harm if Arya developed some skill in self-defense? Even so, he tried to maintain paternal caution. A short practice is acceptable, but do be mindful. You're not to roam the city alone, sword or no sword. She nodded, but her eyes glinted with gratitude. Thank you, father. She peered at the parchment on the table. What's this? Lists of shipments from the Reach, Ned said. Grain mainly. The city depends on imports for most of its bread. I'm checking for any sign of corruption, let's say. If a portion goes missing, it might lead to rumors that the Tyrells are stockpiling or shortchanging King's Landing. Or a Lannister agent could sabotage supplies to cast blame on us. She frowned, as if the complexities of it rankled her. So many sneaky plots. Why don't you just announce that it's all lies? Ned managed a small chuckle, though it held no true mirth. Because in King's Landing, announcing something is a lie only makes half the city believe it's true. Words alone rarely end rumors here. He tapped the parchment. That's why we gather facts, so we can act decisively if we find real wrongdoing. Arya moved closer, scanning the cramped handwriting. It sounds dull, but I suppose it's important. It is, Ned said, though he understood how dreary it must seem to a girl who favored swords and secret passages. What is truly important, Arya, is that we do not let fear and rumor drive us to foolish acts. That applies to me as well as you. She listened, her eyes bright. I'll remember, father. Then she shifted her weight from one foot to the other, chewing her lip. Father, if something does happen, if the Lannisters, or if anyone tries to hurt us, will you send us away from the city? Bran and Rickon and me? The question twisted his heart. He had wrestled with that possibility. If it ever becomes truly dangerous, yes, I will send you away. Perhaps to Winterfell, or to another place beyond the Lannisters' reach. She nodded, but worry lingered in her expression. I'm not frightened, well, maybe a little, but I want to be ready. Ned placed a hand on her shoulder. I know, and that is why you must listen. Keep your eyes open and heed my instructions. We are Starks, Arya. Our strength is in our unity, no matter where we roam. She seemed to draw comfort from that. For a moment, the weight of the city's tensions melted, and Ned saw simply a brave, impulsive girl who was trying to find her place in a world of cunning courtiers and uncertain alliances. With a gentle smile, he offered to walk her back to her mother. She agreed, and they left the library side by side, heading through the labyrinth of corridors. They had not gone far when a messenger bearing the Lannister sigil approached. Cautious, eyes lowered. Lord Hand, the king requests your presence in the courtyard. He is preparing for a hunt and wishes to speak with you before he departs. Ned's chest tightened. Robert's hunts often served as an excuse to avoid real duties, but if he wished to speak, it might be crucial. Arya glanced up at him, eyes full of curiosity. All right, Ned said to the messenger. Tell his grace I'm on my way. He turned to Arya. Return to your mother or the septa. I'll see you at supper. She nodded, though Ned could tell she wanted to come along. With one last glance over her shoulder, she darted off in the direction of the tower's main hall. Ned sighed, steeling himself for another round of uncertain dealings with Robert. In the courtyard, the clamor of horses and hounds echoed off the ancient stone. Robert stood near the stables, clad in a sturdy hunting cloak of mottled greens and browns, a heavy crossbow slung across his back. His face glistened with sweat, though the sun had only begun to climb. A small retinue of knights and squires bustled around him, checking harnesses and adjusting saddles. Ned approached, nodding politely to the knights. Robert turned at his footsteps. Ned, he greeted with a curt nod. I'm off to these damned woods for boar. I need some space, away from the city's nonsense. Ned bowed his head. I wish you good hunting, your grace. Might I ask if we should expect you back in a day or two? Robert let out a snort. A day or two, a week, who knows? The city's all tension and talk of those drills in the Kingswood. I can't stand it. Let them posture. I'm no fool. I see your men. I see the Tyrell banners. I see Lannister men bristling. It's all a headache. Let them boil while I find a boar. He looked Ned in the eye. But I wanted to speak before I go. You're my hand, and I trust you more than those serpents on the council. Well, aside from my brother Stannis. Ned's pulse quickened. He cast a glance around to be sure no eavesdroppers crowded near. I am listening, Your Grace. Robert took a step closer, voice dropping. This city, it stinks. Not just from the gutters. I can smell trouble, and it has your name and Cersei's name all over it. She's been in my ear, claiming you brought your northern might to intimidate me. I told her to shut her pretty mouth. But I won't lie, it concerns me. Why do you need so many men here? Ned steeled himself, recalling Stannis' advice to appease Robert if possible. Your Grace, I never intended to alarm you. The realm is restless. Whispers of Sel's words, rumors of possible unrest from the west, plus the influx of knights for the tourney. I wanted to keep the peace, ensure no band of brigands tried to seize advantage. Robert grunted. 1,000 men is a bit more than needed for that, don't you think? Or is it that you suspect me of failing to keep my city in order? Ned exhaled slowly. Never that, Robert. I trust you, but you can't be everywhere at once. If you wish, I will send 100 or 2 back to the outskirts to show faith. Let them remain in the Kingswood, where they can be recalled if needed. Robert eyed him, trying to gauge sincerity. You'd do that? Yes, Ned said. I was preparing to do so already, as a gesture that we do not mean to overshadow the gold cloaks. Beric Dondarrion has done well, but it's wise to reduce tensions. The king's shoulders eased. Ha! Well, good. That might silence the queen's carping. She sees threats everywhere, some real, some imagined. I want peace, Ned. He spat aside. My father and yours fought too many battles, left too many scars on the realm. If these Tyrells or Martells or whomever want to rattle swords, let them do it far from me. Ned nodded. I share that desire, Your Grace. Enjoy your hunt. The city will be here upon your return. Robert gave a short laugh. Don't I know it? Try not to let it burn down in my absence. If there's any real trouble, send a raven to me, though I doubt I'd be much help. I'd rather face a boar than the queen's wagging tongue. He clapped Ned on the shoulder, surprisingly gentle, and then turned to mount his horse. The retinue of knights and squires followed, leading a pack of barking hounds. Ned stepped back, watching them depart through the courtyard gate. The king's humor seemed forced, but at least the matter of the men was partially alleviated. He would send 200 of his soldiers to rejoin the main host in the Kingswood that very evening. That might forestall an immediate crisis. Still, as Robert and his company vanished in a swirl of dust, Ned felt the old dread creeping back. Robert was leaving the city at its most precarious moment, with the queen prowling the Red Keep, Tyrells gathered outside, Oberyn Martell on the hunt for grudges to settle, and any number of lesser factions jockeying behind the scenes. So be it. He would manage. That was his duty as hand. A stable boy approached, offering Ned the reins to a horse. My lord, shall I saddle for you too? Ned shook his head. No, I'm not going hunting. I'll remain here. He paused, then took the reins anyway. I might ride out to the city gates, though. Keep an eye on the men I'm sending back to the Kingswood. The stable boy nodded and busied himself with tightening the girth. Ned lingered in the courtyard, lost in thought. He thought of war, of his children, of the kingdom's fate teetering on a secret that the queen's children were no Baratheons at all. And he wondered if a single ill-timed moment could unleash a bloodbath that no one, not even Robert, could stop. But not yet. The war had not begun.